I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025. The time is 2:17 in the afternoon. This hearing is being held in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is also being broadcast on the council's website. I'm not sure it's live. It's probably not live, but it will be available for the public to view at www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of this hearing is Bill 26-73, entitled Heads Up, Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. This legislation was introduced by Councilmember Pinto, joined by, I think, 5 other council members on January 27th of this year. This bill would direct local education agencies to adopt and implement a policy that prohibits students from using personal wireless communication devices during the school day. This includes cell phones, gaming devices, and smartwatches. The bill aims to reduce distractions for students in the classroom and enhance their learning experience. The non-academic use of internet-connected devices like cell phones during the school day, interrupts concentration and has been linked to decreases in learning. The use of social media on cell phones and other wireless devices has been linked to detrimental impacts on mental health and the escalation of conflicts in schools, also negatively affecting academic performance. Bill 26-73 provides, with appropriate permissions, exceptions for students to use wireless communication devices for educational purposes during instructional time, or in the event of an emergency, or to manage the student's health care. Bill 26-73 also allows for use of a device if it is included in the student's individualized education plan, or IEP, to accommodate a disability. Under the bill as introduced, students would be provided with storage for wireless communication devices, although the bill does not specify what those storage devices would be provided with storage during the school day. Bill 26-73 also requires the Office of the State Superintendent of Education to develop a model wireless communication device policy and to monitor the implementation and compliance with the legislation. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, anyone who wishes to supplement their testimony today or isn't testifying but wishes to comment on the bill has 2 weeks to do so. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. Let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Brooke Pinto, the author of the legislation, if you have any introductory comments.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, and thanks for holding the hearing on my bill today, Bill 26-0073, the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. I introduced this bill really to empower our students to get the most they can from school and to empower our teachers to do what they do best, which is to teach. And our teachers' biggest commodity is a child's attention. And cell phones and personal devices are the biggest hindrance to that commodity. Prohibiting cell phones and personal devices from school, I believe, will reduce distractions for students and enhance their learning experience. Last year, only 34% of district students met or exceeded expectations in English, language arts, and literacy, and only 22.8% met or exceeded expectations in math. The non-academic use of internet-connected devices like cell phones during the school day disrupts concentration, which is necessary for focused learning and information retention. In addition, the use of social media on cell phones and other wireless devices has been linked to detrimental impacts on mental health and the escalation of conflicts within our schools, which also negatively affects academic performance. This bill would direct local education agencies to adopt and implement a policy that prohibits students from using personal wireless communications devices during the school day, including cell phones, gaming devices, and smartwatches. And I thought this was important to have the standard set with some flexibility for each school, but that we're all operating on the same baseline that these devices will be prohibited so we don't have issues within each school. The bill also authorizes an educator to allow a student to use a wireless communication device, including tablet, computers, and laptops, for educational purposes during instructional time, and provides a process for students to obtain special permission from an educator or administrator to use a device in the event of emergency or to manage the student's healthcare. By working with students and parents, I've included language in the bill to ensure that no student will be prohibited from using a device if that is included in the student's individualized education program or plan, or to accommodate a disability, and that students may not be suspended or expelled for violating this policy, but instead each school will have someone responsible for enforcing this policy. Additionally, under this bill, students will be provided with storage for the wireless communication devices throughout the school day and get a notification of these changes that's presented to all students so everyone is aware. I also want to recognize a very real and pressing concern about this bill that I hear most often from parents, and that is around their child's safety in the event that, God forbid, there is a terrible incident at one of our schools. And I recognize that every parent, of course, wants to be able to know that their child is safe as soon as possible. I also want to be clear, though, that in the event something like this happens, the last thing that a student should be doing is looking down on their device or having their cell phone go off. We need our students to pay attention to the adult in the classroom, their teacher or their principal, to make sure that they can get to safety as soon as possible. So again, I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for holding this hearing. I want to thank the many public witnesses who have come to testify and the many people who have reached out since we introduced this bill and before to be a part of this process. I think this is the trend of where we're going as a nation and globally, and recognizing the very detrimental effect these devices have. And so I'm looking forward to the discussion today so we can move our city forward in a productive direction and try to get this bill implemented by the start of the next school year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. So I'm going to call the first four witnesses. We've divided this hearing up so that we have first four witnesses are an expert panel, and then we'll hear from four witnesses who are school leaders, and then we will turn to everyone else. There are a lot of witnesses, so at some point I'm going to be adhering us to the time limits. John Moots, who's Senior Policy and Research Manager, Children and Screens, Institute of Digital Media and Child Development. Dr. Chunyan Yang, Associate Professor at the University of Maryland. Dr. Annette Campbell Anderson, who's Assistant Professor at Johns Hopkins University and Deputy Director at the Center for Safe and Healthy Schools. And Maliva Rapaski, who is co-founder of the Phone Free Schools movement. I think each of you is testifying online. I see three of the four. Mr. Moots, you're first. Why don't you start?
Thank you, Chairman, and the entire committee for letting me testify today on Bill 2673. My name is Dr. John Moots. I am the Senior Policy and Research Manager at Children and Screens, Institute of Digital Media and Child Development, a leading research and education nonprofit in the field of digital media's impacts on children and adolescents. Smart devices have brought unprecedented degrees of communication and information sharing, but without much thought, though, we have let them permeate every corner of children's lives, including the classroom. But there is no evidence that smart devices have educational value in schools. However, educators have noticed the declining mental health of students and the incredibly disruptive presence of smart devices in the classroom. I can't go as far as to say that removing smart devices from schools will solve all of our educational problems, but there is no evidence that suggests removing phones is actually harmful. And in fact, studies find removing phones from schools can actually provide modest improvements to academic performance and student well-being, especially for the lowest performing students. Educators themselves are calling for phone use restrictions. A 2024 poll of National Education Association members found that 90% of their members supported a phone ban during instructional time, and 83% supported a bell-to-bell phone ban. In schools with phone bans, educators observe benefits to students and for the teachers themselves. For instance, when 2 Australian states reviewed the impacts of their public school phone bans, they found that the overwhelming majority of principals said students' learning had improved since mobile phones were banned, and students were less distracted in the classroom, and they reported a decrease in staff time spent following up issues with phones and social media. Teachers reported more positive break time activities, increased focus and engagement during learning time, and a lower frequency of critical incidences involving devices happening at schools. This is all time and energy teachers can spend actually teaching rather than managing student device use. There is no reason to believe similar outcomes can't be expected from school phone bans in the United States. When I spoke to a middle school teacher about a bell-to-bell ban in her school, she explained the qualitative benefits students experienced, benefits which are hard to capture in test scores and mental health inventories. This teacher was herself skeptical of the phone ban, but immediately recognized its benefits once it was enacted. She told me, and I quote, "Students want to feel safe and connected to community. By removing phones, students practice engaging with each other and take more social risks without fear that they will become the latest meme." While school smart device bans are relatively new, the early evidence is promising. There are no reported harms, and teachers, administrators, and students can all benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moots. Dr. Chunyan Yang, I'm not sure she's here. So we'll go to Dr. Annette Campbell Anderson.
Thank you, Chair Mendelson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All right. So I'd just like to say good afternoon to the members of the council. My name is Annette Campbell Anderson, and I am the Deputy Director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Safe and Healthy Schools. I'm deeply honored to be with each of you to discuss the impact of social media and cell phones in schools through the legislation that is tentatively entitled Heads Up, the Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. Current reports suggest that 95% of teenagers and over 40% of children own a smartphone and participate in social media, with our teens averaging up to 3.5 hours of social media per day. But will a wholesale ban on cell phones and digital devices for all students work during the school hours in DC? Well, here's what we know so far. We know that students are on their phones for about 43 minutes per school day, receiving on average up to 237 notifications per day from various apps or gaming sites, with about 60 of these notifications happening during school hours. The American Psychological Association reports that 41% of teens with the highest social media usage at 5 hours or more per day also rate their mental health as poor or very poor. And similarly, 80% of teachers from a June 2024 National Education Association survey said that bullying connected to cell phones remains a key problem. Teachers say that students increasingly cannot concentrate, they are acting out more since the pandemic, and they are more frequently absent from school. There may also be a correlation between bullying incidents and chronic absenteeism, which 2023-2024 data shows has affected the DC public schools at a high rate of over 39%. Further, there are anecdotal reports from school administrators that cell phone bans are helping to restore normalcy to schools and classrooms, and students report being able to concentrate better and focus on instruction in places where bans are in place. However, there are also reports anecdotally that students are finding ways to evade the bans. For example, some students are choosing to lie and to claim that they do not have their phones with them when cell phones are collected each morning. Other students have gone as far as to destroy the magnetic cell phone pouches or cell phone lockers that are designed to keep students' phones in storage during the day. So, what are some possible gaps in this legislation? First, I wonder how this ban will look differently at elementary, middle, and high school levels. Many elementary school students do not yet have a cell phone, and middle school students are more easily convinced to participate in a cell phone ban. But how will high school bans get marks on participation from high school students? I think that this legislation needs to be tailored to certain specifications that is missing in what I've read so far in this legislation. And I have said this previously to the DC State Board of Education, but I think it bears repeating. I recommend that the district consider hiring the equivalent of a social media czar whose job it is to monitor and coordinate student participation in social media at a macro level so that there is some awareness of what is happening with students to track the socio-emotional data, and align it with mental health outcomes. Finally, each school should consider appointing a site-based social media liaison whose job it is to aggregate such data at the school level and relate it to academic outcomes to monitor usage of social media in classrooms as well as unsupervised spaces such as hallways, lunchrooms, bathrooms, etc. Appropriations funding should take this into account. A ban alone will not keep cell phones out of the classroom. Next, I encourage you to please consider how to collect data to document social media usage, both before and after, to measure the impact of the ban. We need more than anecdotal data. We also need better understanding of how socioeconomic difference in schools and districts is affecting how students engage with cell phones and other digital media, and how bans look differently when students also have access to internet-connected devices such as tablets, watches, and laptops. Finally, we need to consider the role of parents in keeping their children connected to social media. School safety, as it was said earlier, is a key reason why parents continue to advocate against cell phone bans. Violence and threats of violence continue to be a top reason why parents want their children to always have access to their phones. Parents have redefined their relationship with their children during school hours because now they can be in constant contact with their children, so this must be considered. I look forward to partnering with you and forging a path together in the best interest of all kids. Thank you again for the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Mileva Rupaski?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Pinto, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of B26-73, the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. My name is Mileva Rupaski, and I am the co-founder of the Phone Free Schools Movement, a national nonprofit advocating for bell-to-bell, all-day phone-free school policies to improve student learning, mental health, and social engagement. Our mission is to provide youth the freedom to excel academically and develop socially without the pressures and harms of phones and social media throughout the school day. Our organization has worked with parents, educators, legislators, and school administrators nationwide to successfully implement phone-free policies in public, private, and charter schools. We've seen firsthand how removing the constant distraction of phones transforms classrooms, improves student engagement, and strengthens the school community. We strongly support the bill's commitment to bell-to-bell phone-free policies, as research and real-world implementations show that limiting phone access throughout the entire school day, including common areas and hallways, leads to higher student focus, fewer behavioral disruptions, and improved academic performance. When schools implement clear and enforceable policies that lock away or remove access to personal devices, students report feeling more connected, less anxious, and better able to engage with learning and social interactions. However, we respectfully submit that this bill could be strengthened to provide the most effective protections for students, specifically narrowing the exceptions for educational use during instructional time. While we understand the need for flexibility, broad exceptions for educational purposes can make enforcement difficult and reintroduce the same distractions this bill seeks to eliminate. Many schools that have adopted bell-to-bell phone-free policies successfully utilize school-issued technology, eliminating the need for personal phones and tablets in the classroom. Furthermore, this also removes the need for teachers to police phones and enforce these rules in each classroom. Secondly, ensuring emergency use language does not create enforcement loopholes. Schools that have successfully implemented phone-free policies still have effective and accessible emergency protocols, including allowing students to access their devices when appropriate under supervision. We urge the Council to ensure that emergency use language does not inadvertently create broad exemptions that undermine the daily enforcement. The urgency of this issue cannot be overstated. We are seeing the impact of constant phone access on students' mental health learning and social development. Students can check their phones more than 100 times per day, and the average teen can receive over 60 notifications during school hours. A 2023 Common Sense Media study found that 97% of students use their phones during the school day for an average of 43 minutes per school day. In schools that have adopted a strict phone-free policy, teachers are reporting an immediate drop in classroom disruptions, a dramatic reduction in cyberbullying, and a noticeable improvement in peer-to-peer interaction. In short, these policies do work, and students often appreciate them more than we expect. Many report feeling relieved by the break from social media and the chance to focus without comparison, pressure, or distractions. DC students deserve a learning environment free from digital distractions, and this bill takes a critical step forward. We are encouraged by its bell-to-bell approach and urge the committee to consider strengthening it further to ensure consistent, effective enforcement. Finally, I'd like to offer our support. The Phone Free Schools movement, along with our partner organization Fairplay, has created free toolkits to help schools and districts adopt and implement these policies. Our administrator toolkit includes step-by-step guidance, communication templates, implementation guidelines, and policy examples. Our ambassador toolkit helps parents and community leaders advocate effectively, and the model legislation, which we and partners endorse, is available for those working at the state or district level. All of our tools and resources are available at phonefreeschoolsmovement.org, and we would be happy to collaborate with DC educators and lawmakers as you move toward implementation. Thank you again for your leadership on the critical issue. I appreciate your time and consideration, and I do welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Repasky. Dr. Yang?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Manson and Council Member Pinnen and everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. As a researcher specialized in youth risk resilience as well as bullying, cyberbullying prevention, I want to emphasize the critical importance of this legislation. Especially, I want to highlight some research evidence on the harmful effects of problematic internet use. Based on those research evidence, I would like to offer some recommendations for implementing a school-wide cell phone ban that is more both gender sensitive and strategically leverage the powers of peer norm and school climate. First, I think it's important to recognize that not all screen time is harmful, and research has been showing the relationship between the screen time and use outcome is complex and nuanced. However, excessive and unregulated use of cell phone, especially the smartphone, has largely increased youth risk of problematic internet use. So what is problematic internet use? It's a broader construct that including compulsive social media scrolling, gaming addiction, and digital multitasking. And there has been clear research evidence showing its detrimental impact on youth mental health, physical health, and academic performance. So by restricting the smartphone use in schools, we can effectively reduce youth risk of problematic internet use. And it's important to recognize that the impact of problematic internet use vary by genders, which suggests the importance of considering gender-sensitive policy implementation that recognize the disproportionate impact on girls and boys. So for girls, they had a higher risk of internalizing problems such as anxiety, depression, self-harm, and suicidal ideation due to those increased emotional distress and the maladjustment and adaptive coping mechanism. So it's important for school to prioritize peer support groups and counseling services for girls, and also to organize awareness campaigns to increase awareness of those elevated risks. And in contrast, for the boys, they are more prone to gaming addictions and externalizing behaviors such as maladjustive coping mechanism. So to reduce the reliance on digital entertainment, it's important for schools to consider structured alternatives on gaming, such as sports, clubs, and hands-on activities. And also, it's important to recognize there are some policy considerations to be universal to both genders. So digital literacy training to help youth critically evaluate social media content and also to reduce comparison behaviors. And also for parents, education programs that help them to recognize the signs of mental health issues and also cyberbullying, gaming addiction, and helping them to set up healthy screen time limits. Beyond the gender differences, it's essential to recognize that there is significant influence of peer social norms and school climate in shaping youth collective behaviors, including the social media use and also the decision to limit screen time. So to leverage this power effectively, school policy should support peer-led initiatives to empower students taking more active roles in promoting healthy digital behaviors, habits, as well as cultivate the culture where responsive technology use become the norm. For example, students are encouraged to take on some student advisory committees and focus groups. It's also helpful to establish like screen-free ambassadors who can model the positive behaviors and encourage the peers to engage in offline activities. Beyond those, in developing student-led workshops on digital wellness, where peers can share the strategies to how to manage screen time and mental health issues. As we say that to teach to learn twice, when students are teach their peers, their awareness is largely reinforced. Regarding school climate, it's so important to cultivate the climate that where healthy technology and limiting cell phone use becomes perceived as positive and also become the socially desired norms. So to do that, it's important to recognize and reward students who demonstrate a healthy screen time and also publicly celebrate those collective positive outcomes of screen time and cell phone use and policies. At the end, I also want to provide some recommendation, recognizing even though there's extensive research highlights the impacts of media use on youth well-being, the cell phone ban policy is still relatively new. And so there's a lack of rigorous study looking at the long-term impact of school policy cell phone ban. So, and also considering the landscape of cell phone use is evolving rapidly, it's essential for the policy to remain adaptive and responsive to emerging research. Schools should adopt a structured approach to continuously evaluate the effects of phone restriction, collecting inputs from students, teachers, and parents to assess both intended benefits and unintended consequences. So by maintaining those flexibility, we can refine, adjust regulations based on the new insights into screen time, mental health, as well as the changing role of technology use in education. So those evidence-informed approach can ensure the policy remain active, equitable, and aligned with student mental and social needs. So those concludes my testimony, and thank you. And I'm looking forward to collaborating with the DC Council on the implementation of those policy.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. I'm a little bit confused with your testimony, Dr. Yang. Put me on a 10-minute clock. You make a good point about how the impact and therefore how we deal with the impacts are much more nuanced, but does that argue against adopting a ban?
No, I'm supporting adopting the ban. I was just thinking about considering the ban is a larger social experiment, so it's important to continually monitoring the impact of this ban. But the ban is largely decrease the risk of problematic internet use, which could serve as initial evidence to implementing the ban.
And then doing that, getting statistics around what the effects are, as well as focusing interventions which are differentiated, whether it's a boy or a girl. That's what I heard in your testimony.
Yeah, so in terms of when we're thinking about even implementing the ban could have some differential impact on students with different genders. So it's important to considering the gender differences and be cultivating in terms of the other support that more gender sensitive.
A couple of you cited a statistic about 43 minutes per day. Is that during the school day itself or is that 43 minutes in the entire day,
The school day.
the school day?
The school day. Mhm. Yes, during
Um,
the school day.
Dr. Anderson, you mentioned that you think that the district, I'm assuming that means the LEA, we have a big LEA, DCPS and smaller LEAs, should hire the equivalent of a social media czar. And then I think you mentioned a second hire. Could you say a bit more about that?
Yeah, so I advocated for a cabinet level or district level position of a social media czar, and then also having a liaison at the school level to help collect data on how cell phones are or are not being used. Because part of what I think makes this ban kind of problematic is that you have to figure out who in the school is going to be responsible for enforcing the ban. It's the administrative burden, if you will, of having someone who is going to have to collect 400 or 500 or 1,500 phones every day and then return them in the afternoon and make sure that kids can get to them when they do at lunchtime or at special occasions. So you have to have someone who's collecting data around this. And then I think that there needs to be a role at the district level that is aggregating all of this data so that we can look for the patterns. Because right now, everything is pretty much anecdotal. There is not a gold standard randomized trial anywhere that has looked at the impact of cell phones on mental health. So we need to start collecting more data. And so I think this is one way that we can initiate that. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, but does that mean that you think that a ban is not a good idea? Or we have a ban, we get additional data, and then we tailor the ban?
Yeah, I think I'm agnostic on whether a ban is a good thing or a bad thing. We've seen bans that have been initiated at the state legislature level. We've also seen them initiated at district levels and school to school. But I think that what we don't have is consistent data about how the bans are working. And so I would like to build some more consistency in the data so that we can know once and for all. We assume that a ban is a good thing. As a mom, I'd like to see a ban if it's distracting my kids in the classroom, but we don't have the data that just supports that once and for all in a scientific, rigorous manner. So I think that we're just trying to advocate for having some more initiatives in place that can collect some of this data that we think is going to give us the information we need to say once and for all how, if we're going to have a ban should be enacted so that it is the most effective. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Thank you. I had one other question for you, Dr. Anderson.
Yes, sir.
You had a paragraph about considering the role of parents in keeping their children connected to social media. School safety is the key reason that parents continue to advocate against cell phone bans.
Yes.
Can you say more about what your point was there?
Yes, sir. So parents are probably one of the largest constituencies against cell phone bans, which is ironic, right? But we have seen that since the pandemic. So first of all, the cell phone usage has exploded. 10 years ago, this was not as big an issue, but post-pandemic, this has become such an issue because during the pandemic, most parents were connecting their children through social media to their education. And that did not stop after the pandemic, right? So parents had a window in to the classroom during the pandemic when schools were closed. And once the pandemic ended and students went back to schools in classroom seats, that didn't end because parents still had access to how teachers were teaching because they still had access to their children's cell phones. And so I think one of the things we have to consider is the role that parents are playing in helping these cell phone bans either be successful or not. Many parents will say that their child needs to have a cell phone because of the shooting. So when we had the shooting in Georgia in last September, that happened right as many of the schools were starting to say we're going to have a cell phone ban this year, and parents pushed back immediately and said, see, this is why we don't need to have a cell phone ban because my child may need to get in touch with me immediately. And so schools have had to walk that back a little bit, but this is again why we we need to have more data about the effectiveness of cell phone bans. I also think that what has happened is that we've assumed for many years that there's an in loco parentis relationship that schools have with families. And now what we're seeing is that cell phones are actually making it more of a parallel relationship where parents are co-parenting in classrooms. They're looking at what their kids are doing in the classroom. They're looking at what their kids are doing in school. They have access to certain apps so that they can see their kid. They're sending their kids messages all day long. And if you consider that parents initially, for the most part, bought smartphones, so that they could stay in touch with their child, they're going to be more reluctant than other audiences to give them up wholesale. So I think there needs to be a greater accommodation of schools and families so that there can be some meeting in the middle on how to make these bans effective. Thank you.
Thank you. So you've said a lot there. Let me just ask if the others on this panel, Dr. Moots or Dr. Yang or Mr. Paskey, if you want to comment on anything that's just been said.
I would just like to
Mr. Moots.
lend my support for studying the effects of these bans. That's, as Dr. Anderson said, we don't have the best data on these, and that's not a reason not to implement some kind of ban. This is actually a really phenomenal opportunity to study the effects of phones in schools. So being systematic about this before a ban is implemented and afterwards, which is labor intensive, and then tailoring, whatever policy you have to the data that you receive, and thinking outside of just pure test scores and mental health inventories, looking at things a little more holistically. The evidence that we have seen shows that we may not see the effects on test scores that we want to see, but we see effects in bullying or stronger effects for lower socioeconomic status students, and universally pretty substantial positive feedback from educators themselves. So thinking about not just student welfare, but teacher and administrative welfare as well, I think is a pretty vital consideration when thinking about the impacts of bans.
And if I may quickly comment,
Yes.
totally agree with the research need. I will say that the Phone Free Schools movement has recently partnered with researchers from the UNC Chapel Hill to create a research arm that's actually dedicated to evaluating and understanding the impacts of phone restriction policies in schools. Like many of you have said, we rely heavily on anecdotal data from conversations that we're having with teachers and administrators and parents alike, and all the stakeholders are involved in this space. That's one of the reasons why we developed this research arm. And our hope is that this does give us the real data that is needed to help show that the argument that we're making is valid. In addition to that, I did just want to comment on the conversation around parent involvement. I wholeheartedly agree. Parents have become unhealthily tethered to their children since the pandemic. They feel the need to constantly check in on them, text them throughout the day. And a huge percentage of the reason why students' phones are getting notifications all day long is because of parent involvement. That contributes to the distractions that they're experiencing. It also contributes to their stress level. When their parents are texting saying, well, how did you do on that test? Did you do okay? Immediately, there's this sense of stress that's going on. And so part of the reason why the ban would be wonderful for students' health is not only solely for the students in the classroom, but to also allow parents to put some faith and trust back into the schools, to remind them that schools are there to educate, protect, and value the safety and the well-being of the children that are in that building.
Thank you. There are two other council members here, so let me turn to my colleagues if they have questions. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. I actually want to pick up on this same discussion. So Dr. Yang, you talked about, the changing landscape of communications between parents and their child since the pandemic, that they're in regular communication, but is that necessarily the best thing for a student? I've heard from a lot of students since I introduced this bill that really the reason I'm constantly on my phone is because my parent is calling me all day long. Now that is anecdotal. I don't have the data to suggest for every student, but what do you think we could better do to educate parents on the importance of having their child be focused while they're in the classroom?
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I think I'm also a parent of 3 school-age kids, and what parents are sharing the concern resonates a lot. I think as a parents, we are for example, in my current district, Montgomery County School District, they're implementing the piloting this cell phone ban across 9 schools. And one of the things I found was very powerful for parents is that we are receiving updates and feedbacks from the students as a collective groups about the impact of the cell phone ban use throughout the school years. And receiving, for example, we heard from, it's still anecdotal, not like based on experimental studies, but what we learned as a parents that even though over 60% of students initially think that the rule is too restrictive, but they found that throughout the implementation, their engagement it has been increased, and also in terms of the social activities, interaction with among the peers has been increased. So as the parents, hearing those even anecdotal inputs has been very empowering for both parents and also for a child. Even those policy or the ban hasn't been implemented in my school, but learning keep those information transparenting and throughout the process, and knowing that implementing those the feedback coming from the students and hearing those collective voice from the student has been very empowering and rewarding. So I think it's important when we're thinking about implementation beyond just the concerning about the loss of the connection with students, but also how do we collectively cultivating this climate and messaging those information across the whole school community that could help to decrease some of the anxiety as parents. So that's more coming from as a parent anecdotal experience.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And Dr. Anderson, as we think about supporting our young people and recognizing that, especially when it comes to technology, but really for all facets of their life, it's both what happens at school, but also what happens at home. And of course, we can't legislate how a parent can or cannot allow their child to use a device at home. But how do you envision this social media czar working, and how can we better educate our entire community of the risks of social media, whether the child is using it at school or at home?
So two things I'd like to bring to your attention, Councilwoman Pinto, is number one, there is currently a lawsuit. There are 200 school districts that are participating in a lawsuit against social media companies because they are alleging that these social media apps are contributing to the issues that we're discussing today. And so I do think that there will be some outcomes from this legislation to help to reshape the landscape of how social media is used and accessed, and how it's affecting the social emotional development of our young people. So I think that's one thing. The other thing I'd also mention is that there is currently technology that is being developed that can baffle social media in schools. So to the last point about parents having access or wanting to have access to their kids, there are companies that are now capable of baffling many of the social media apps and games from being able to be effective in schools, while students can still use the cell phone piece of the smartphone and call their parents or text their parents. So I do think that there has to be more conversation between parents and schools about that, and about how these social media apps are helping students to become more addicted through these algorithms that get pushed out. As Dr. Rapaski said, some of these are, students are getting up to 60 per day. And so the constant ping, ping, ping of the phone is adding to distractions. But then when they get out of school, there's another 180 pings that are happening. So parents need to be aware that this pinging, that the role of social media is having, is not just stopping in the schoolhouse. And so they need to understand what they should be doing to help to monitor at home as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman, if you have questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you very much, Councilmember Pinto, for coming forward with this legislation. I think it's a great addition to the landscape. Clearly, we'll need to work on refining it perhaps, but the core concept is so important. I was listening to the different experts talking about all the different ways in which we may need to tweak it and address parents' concerns about safety and such. But another big theme is the theme that you were just talking about, Ms. Anderson, about the role of social media And we need to get our arms around the role of social media in our kids' lives. We hear about it in schools. We hear about it in the public safety setting, the way in which social media is used to inflame conflicts. And I don't understand it, but we really need to come to understand it. And so this legislation and this hearing raises those issues up in a way that's very healthy. Thank you for all your testimony. I have to say, on a personal note, hearing about the challenges of what I think of as helicopter parents, where the parents are contacting the kids during the course of the day, it reminds me that when my kids were coming up, I never had more than a 60% level of certainty that what we were doing was right. And all of this testimony reminds me again of how great it is to be a grandparent. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure I got the germaneness of that last comment, but give me just a second. I'm going to ask one more question of each of you, the same question, and that is, what's your view of the need for cell phone access as a matter of public safety for students in school? Dr. Moots?
Yeah, I think there really isn't sufficient evidence that it has for the student, it has a major public safety benefit. In fact, kind of what Chairwoman or Councilwoman Pinto said at the beginning, one of an unideal scenario is an emergency happening and kids being distracted, rumors spreading, people not listening to instructions. They can have value, I'm sure, in spreading those instructions, but the personal communication, they're just, I don't think there's any evidence for a particular value add for public safety and actually a potential added risk.
Dr. Yang?
Thank you. I agree with Dr. Woods. And I also want to add that I think in terms of some of the special needs that we can thinking about kids with disability, that doesn't have to be related to the safety issue, but also thinking about they might need the cell phone access in terms of sometimes could be medical concerns or could be access to the parents in terms of contact, sometimes looking for example, like looking for medical visits and they need that contact but not fall off. So I don't think that's considered as public safety concern, but there are some in terms of health conditions. And also there's another example is talking about students with English language learners. They might need internet access or other type of devices for in terms of the language translation and other study support, but not necessarily a safety concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, regarding public safety, Dr. Anderson?
So I'm of two minds as a mother and a former charter school principal and school founder. So as a mother, I am that mother. I am that helicopter parent. So it's hard for me because when I text my kid, if they don't text back, I am that mother. So that is hard for me. As a charter school founder, though, I have to say that I agree with Dr. Moots that it's probably better that there's one point of connection, getting information out if there is an emergency, so that people will hear one voice succinctly. So I think, it's very hard because I don't think that I'm following my own best practice as a parent. Because I also sometimes, if I hear something has happened, or if the school contacts us and says, there's a water main break today, so school is going to be closed, I need to hear from my kid. Are you okay? So I do think that there is a little bit of both sides on both sides to this argument. So I can't say definitively, which is why I am always going to advocate for collecting more data.
Thank you. And Mr. Rapaski?
Thank you. I first want to just start by saying I am a mother to three, almost four children. And so I always find this topic very difficult because at the end of the day, as parents, we want our children to be safe. What I do know and what I have heard from multiple conversations with lawmakers, law enforcers, our local police department, the most dangerous thing our kids could do in a situation, unfortunately, that could happen in a school is not be paying attention to what's going on. When they're on their phones, whether out of fear to talk to their parents, which completely understand, they're not listening to the rules that are being given. When they're not doing that, they are causing disruption to if they're supposed to be moving. If their phone is ringing, because now you've told your parents something's going on and the phone's ringing, you are alerting an intruder in the school to where you are. The other unfortunate piece to that is, and every school, it doesn't have to be a drastic emergency, but there have been things that happen in a school and your kid's texting you, oh, this fight happened. Well, right away, parents are flooding the school with phone calls. Some parents are showing up wanting to know what's going on. When that happens, the lines of communication are blocked. That means people who truly need to reach out to 911, to other people who have to be involved in those situations, might not be able to. And finally, and additionally, if everybody is flooding that school because they're terrified for their children, emergency responders can't respond in the way that they have to. So as a parent, I want my children to be safe. I would never want to live through a situation where something like that occurs. But as a parent, I always will and forever advocate that students are not on their phones in those situations.
Thank you.
And thank
you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony and for engaging in this discussion. It's been very helpful. You all are excused. I'm going to turn now to a panel of school leaders. Tracy White, who is CEO of Paul Public Charter School, Calvary Cooper, who is head of school at Basis DC Public Charter School, Maureen Westover, who is principal of Hardy Middle School, and Anita Berger, who is principal of Benjamin Banneker High School. Looks like we have some in-person people. Great. We have gold stars if you want them. This is not ward-based, council member. So I'm assuming the two are online. Okay. So the first two of this panel are online. Tracy White with Paul Public Charter.
Yep. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm first. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton and members of the council. My name is Dr. Tracy White, and I serve as the CEO of Paul Public Charter Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to begin by saying that I deeply agree with the underlying intent of this legislation to eliminate distractions in the classroom caused by personal devices. In fact, at Paul PCS, we implemented a strict no phone policy for students in 2018-2019 because we understand how disruptive phones and smart devices can be to the learning environment. However, I'm here today to urge the council to reconsider moving forward with this legislation. Without a funding stream, clear enforcement guidance, and an understanding of what it actually takes to implement this kind of policy at scale, the bill is incomplete. Let me explain why. At Paul, we enforce a rigorous device policy every single day. Middle school students are required to hand their phones in at the beginning of the day to their first block teacher, who secures them in a lockbox that is then transferred for the end of the day pickup. High school students must store their devices in yonder pouches that are locked and unlocked daily, and any student caught violating the policy, it faces immediate confiscation and a mandatory parent retrieval process. These rules are outlined in our family handbook. We go over them during our parent orientation, and we enforce them consistently, but it is not easy. As a trained mental health professional, it is critical to note that the emotional dysregulation and demonstrative behaviors that frequently occur in response to collecting students' devices are difficult to manage, they're disruptive to instruction, and majorly impactful to our organization's resources. Executing this system every single day requires a team of 6 to 8 staff members per school building. It takes constant training, constant supervision, and daily reinforcement. Since implementing this policy, our organization has spent more than $200,000 on storage tools, staff time, replacement pouches, and enforcement supports. But the cost is not only financial, it's operational. Implementing a full day phone ban isn't a line in a policy manual, it's a full-on operational lift that affects arrival, dismissal, behavioral systems, and family communication. to pass the legislation that mandates this across all schools, across all LEAs, without attaching funding, staffing resources, training modules for how to disrupt this type of addiction in children or a model for meaningful consequences is deeply concerning. And this is all happening at a time when schools are already under immense pressure and facing uncertainty about whether we will receive full funding for the current school year. We are experiencing the complete upheaval of the federal education system, bracing ourselves for potentially significant cuts to funding streams that once came from the DOE, preparing for likely reductions in Medicaid reimbursements for students with unique learning needs, and desperately seeking parity in our own city as it relates to the funding of salary increases for charter teachers, counselors, social workers, and those in similar roles. Not to mention, we're working tirelessly to close learning gaps created by the pandemic and to rebuild student confidence and families' confidence in schools. Which brings me to my final plea. Please pause. Please put a moratorium on creating new school-based policies and programs until we can get our arms around the now work. And if there are new innovations, please ensure that they have a realistic plan with funding, staffing, and support to implement them. The council's role in setting vision and goals for student well-being is critical, but legislating school operations without partnering deeply with those who run schools every single day creates confusion and adds more burden to a system that is already stretched to its limits. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to DC students.
Thank you, Dr. White. Calvary Cooper.
Yes. Good afternoon, members of the council, and thank you for your time. My name is Calvary Cooper, and I'm the head of school at Basis DC. Our school is ranked as the top open enrollment school in our city, and we are part of a network of 37 public charter schools consistently ranked and regarded as among the best in the nation. At Basis DC, we recognize the importance of creating a focused and distraction-free learning environment, which is why we have implemented a cell phone policy that helps us maintain this focus. While we fully support the intention of the Heads Up Distraction-Free Amendment Act of 2025 to enhance student concentration, I urge the council to reconsider certain aspects of the bill to allow for greater flexibility in how schools implement the policy. We have developed a cell phone policy that is tailored to meet the needs of our unique school environment. We require that all students turn off and store their cell phones during class time. For students in grades 3-7, they are to be stored in their lockers, and for students in grades 8 through 12 specifically, they are allowed to carry their phones on their person, but they are not allowed to be visible in class. Students in grades 8 through 12 are permitted to use their phones during lunch, but only off campus during their off-campus lunch period or in designated locations on campus. If the policy is broken, the phone will be confiscated. While the goal of the bill is to reduce distractions and enhance learning by minimizing the impact on academic focus and achievement, the data from Basis DC provides a unique perspective. For instance, last year, over 68% of our students met or exceeded expectations in math, and 77% met or exceeded expectations in ELA. These results show that even with students allowed to carry their phones under specific guidelines, we've created an environment that minimizes distraction and supports academic success. At Basis DC, we understand that non-academic phone use can disrupt learning. However, our clear cell phone policy, which sets rules for when and where phones are to be used, helps students balance focus with their digital lives. With the right approach, we've been able to maintain high student engagement and achievement, proving that phones don't have to hinder learning. However, if Basis DC is required to adopt the policy as written, we'll face significant challenges given the diverse grade levels we serve and the varying schedules of our students. The policy requires schools to keep students' phones secure throughout the entirety of the school day, which presents considerable logistical and cost implications. Additionally, by assuming responsibility for students' phones, Basis DC will be exposed to potentially liability if a device is lost or stolen. This could create undue burden on our school. Moreover, the staff time and personnel required to monitor phones throughout the school day would detract from valuable instructional time. For schools like ours, where students are allowed off campus during certain periods, there are also concerns about student safety and the need to access phones in case of emergency situations. These practical challenges must be considered to avoid placing unnecessary burdens on schools that could impact both student learning and safety. We ask that the legislation consider how schools like ours can have the ability to make exceptions where necessary, rather than a rigid one-size-fits-all approach. It's vital that the council allows schools the freedom to adopt the implementation of the cell phone policy in a way that best suits their needs. The goal should be to support schools in maintaining an academic environment that minimizes distractions while also recognizing the realities of managing a diverse student body. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. I trust that the council will consider these recommendations and continue to work towards policies that support all students, regardless of whether they attend a district or charter school. The success of our students is a shared goal, and I believe we can find solutions that work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Maureen Westover? Microphone.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Maureen Westover, and I'm the proud principal of Hardy Middle School in Ward 2. I have served in this role for 2 years, and I previously worked as a classroom teacher and administrator for 14 years. I am proud to be the principal of Hardy Middle School. Our school supports the development of the whole child through strong academics, arts infusion, and social emotional learning. At Hardy, we are helping our scholars thrive by focusing on what counts: learning and building strong connections. Quite simply, cell phones interfere with both, and restricting cell phones during the school day allows students to prioritize their academic and personal growth, build genuine relationships with their peers and teachers, and meaningfully contribute to the school community. Like all DCPS middle schools, we've had a cell phone ban during the school day since the beginning of the 23-24 school year. This was one of the first policies that I implemented when I joined my school community, and many families were immediately supportive. However, we did have to have some tough conversations with a few families worried about communication and safety during potential incidents of school violence. I explained to these families that while I hope incidents of violence never happens, if it does, I need my students to be aware. I need them to be listening to directions and following the instructions their teachers are giving them. Students having phones are a distraction from the situation at hand, and in fact, can interfere with the emergency response. Our system at Hardy empowers scholars while keeping expenses low, proving you can achieve great results without breaking the bank. Our relatively simple system is modeled off of the approach that I helped implement when I was at Ballou High School. As students enter the school building, they place their cell phones in their own zippered pencil case, which protects the phone and makes it easy to identify which phone belongs to each student. The pencil case with their phone is then placed in a basket assigned to their homeroom teacher, and these bins are securely stored during the day. We were fortunate to have several of our families donate pencil cases for this process, so it didn't come at an expense to our school. Students are in charge of bringing their phone pouch each day to and from school. At the end of the day, the school's administration delivers each bin of phones to the homeroom teacher via a rolling cart. The teachers can then distribute individual phones to the students. This process takes about 5 to 10 minutes each afternoon. Students start and end their day in homeroom so that the phone pickup process and laptop drop-off process works well together. We don't collect smartwatches at Hardy because we find they strike the right balance. Families are provided security while removing unnecessary distractions for the students, aligning with our goal of enhancing focus and interpersonal skills. We also allow for phones for the first 2 days of the school year. This allows teachers to gather family contact information from students, and as student homeroom assignments sometimes shift during the start of the school year. Overall, I would say that this policy and Hardy's implementation has been successful. Once we made the transition to the phone ban, the response of families was overwhelmingly supportive, as families often say they actually want less technology in schools. In our first year of implementation, we saw an 8% increase in student sense of belonging, with a higher increase for our female students. Frequently, our students do ask for their phones back, but if you push them, they'll admit they're better off without them during the school day. We've also heard from our staff that they appreciate this policy. Since our educators do not have to deal with collecting phones themselves or worry about students being on the phones in class, they've been willing partners in this process. Finally, last fall, we were even featured on the Today Show with the opportunity to discuss our phone policy on a segment about phone bans in schools. Thank you for this opportunity to testify about Hardy's success with this policy, and I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Westover. And Anita Berger.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Anita Berger, and I'm the proud principal of Benjamin Banneker Academic High School in Ward 2. I have served in this role for 20 years, as well as assistant principal and teacher for 11 years. I see the fruits of my labor every day. I am here today to share how Banneker's cell phone policy has positively impacted our students' academic focus, social interactions, and overall school culture. And as assistant principal in 2004, I observed cell phones as a distraction. That's right, 2004. Not only in class, but also during times in which students should have been focused on interpersonal relationships with their peers. The policy at that time was simply put it away. If we can't see it, we won't worry about it. But this still had led to issues. I realized the urgency of finding a better system. In a unique student-led initiative, they collaborated with a local deli owner to store the phones at his deli in the morning. They would drop them off quickly in the morning and pick them up after school. The system was really efficient until the arrangement ended in 2006. Our PTO stepped in. They purchased cell phone lockers for a yearly rental fee, in which they would use the funds to support the students. The system remained in place until our new building opened in 2021. During the design stage of our new building, I made it clear that Banneker needed built-in cell phone lockers. As a result, we currently have 800 cell phone lockers with combination locks that are all located inside the school, but before students go through security. Our system is efficient, it takes less than a minute, and does not require additional personnel during the mornings at arrival to collect the phones. Another benefit of lockers is that it removes any burden from the teachers handling and being responsible for student phones during the day. This ensures a smooth, distraction-free learning environment. Some students, instead of choosing the cell phone locker, they simply place their phones on top of the lockers, as it is quicker during dismissal for them to retrieve their phones. While this is less secure, this is an individual choice, and students make it based upon the school's culture of trust. It is also important to note that every classroom has a phone. Additionally, we have a courtesy phone in the main office that students can use during an emergency to contact family members. We are transparent and upfront with our cell phone policy. It is clearly written in our handbook, and we are not shy about sharing the information with prospective students and families. For students coming from DC Public Schools middle schools, where cell phones are not allowed, this is not an adjustment. For other new students coming from private or charter schools, they quickly understand our policy and recognize the benefits without the constant distraction of phones. They engage more in class and socialize meaningfully during breaks. Our parents are supportive of this policy as well, since we are transparent with them from the beginning. They have expressed joy about not having their students on their phones during the school day. This policy also holds our educators accountable, as it establishes a clear standard for the whole community. It is rare to see teachers using their phones during class because they serve as models for our students. When we first returned to school during the pandemic, we relied on technology because we had to keep a safe distance from each other. Now that we have returned to normal environment, we can all interact face-to-face again. This is critical as high schoolers continue to develop their all-important interpersonal skills. When guests visit the school, they often comment on how students are actually interacting with one another at lunch and having conversations, playing games like Uno, and more. They value time with their peers, and this is a foundational part of the school day. And having phones during breaks from classes would distract them from this. It also means students aren't making TikTok videos in the bathroom and scrolling on social media between classes. Students are present members of our community in all parts of the school day. Banneker's approach demonstrates that a structured, well-communicated policy can successfully balance technology use while fostering meaningful social and academic engagement. Thank you, and I look forward to, I appreciate the opportunity to testify today and look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Berger. I think what I'm going to do with this round, I'm going to try 5 minutes, but be a little flexible there. And I'm going to go last. Councilmember Pinto, do you have any questions?
Sure. Thank you so much. And so great to see so many Ward 2 school leaders here. Thank you for joining us. I want to start with you, Ms. Cooper. You talked about some of the cost concerns and also kind of training to roll this out. I do want to say, I believe that there are cost-effective options for schools, like it already talked about the pencil cases, but I do believe we should be providing that cost as a city, so we're not asking our schools that are already stretched so thin to take on additional burden. But when it comes to the kind of rollout concerns or training students and teachers and families about how this would work, what are you envisioning that would work better than as currently proposed?
Yeah, thank you. So I heard one of the leaders mention having kind of like a homeroom period where students are able to turn in their devices, which would make for, a much cleaner process, or having built-in lockers. For us, unfortunately, we don't have. First of all, our building, we're right downtown, a 6-story building. And so our building comes with many constraints for holding cell phones or any type of devices for over 600 students, the 600 students that we currently have enrolled. In addition, we do not have kind of a homeroom period where we can just turn those devices into a teacher and they can kind of come back to that homeroom period at the end of the day to collect them. So it'll take some training that'll be twofold. It will be training for the staff members. What does our morning look like when students are coming in on a staggered entry? So we have students who are coming in at 7:30 in the morning for before care. We have students that sometimes leave around 2:45 because they have a shorter school day. Some students are leaving at 4 p.m. Some are leaving around 5:30. So what does that look like? Who's in the office to support those students with giving them that phone, to give them those devices back? What happens in case of an emergency and students need to be available to get that phone or those devices, excuse me. So it's really about just training the staff on the logistics of it all and coming up with a plan that supports both the students and the staff.
Thank you very much. And Principal Westover, Hardy really has been an example of how well this has worked. I've heard from students themselves about their initial apprehension with this and now their enthusiasm for the program. I just met with the Hardy Student Council yesterday, and we talked a lot about this as well. What strategies do you think worked best to get the families to buy in? Because I think if students are hearing from some of their teachers that this is important, but their parents don't agree, it might create some challenges. And so as we're thinking about getting everybody's buy-in, what was effective for Hardy?
Great. We were very fortunate to have almost immediate family buy-in. It was not as hard of a sell. I did have to have a couple tough conversations with families about school safety concerns, and that came up a couple times. Much has been brought out throughout this hearing today. And in each of those meetings, we had to have the conversation about, I need students to be aware in that situation. But beyond that, families are excited to see students more engaged in their academics, to see that development of interpersonal skills that is part of the unwritten curriculum of middle school. And they were really on board really quickly with us.
Thank you so much. And Principal Berger, I think you raise a really good point that the students coming over the next couple of years will have grown accustomed to the middle school policy that is already in place at our DCPS middle schools. If this ban were to go into effect this coming school year, how do you think the current sophomores, juniors, and seniors would take it, and how do you think we can get their buy-in?
Well, they're pretty much already bought into the fact that they have, they're not going to have their phones during the day. I don't think it would be a challenge because they have pretty much adjusted to being without their phones during the day. One student told me, she says, I don't know what I'm going to do when I go off to college and I'm able to have my phone during the school day because I'm so used to not having it. And so I think it's just a matter of that culture being continued to be groomed. And that they see where there are benefits to it, yes, but they also know the benefits to interacting with one another. And it's really rewarding when you see them and they, when you talk about the pandemic and they had to stay away from each other, they need this interpersonal time to grow.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And just in my final couple seconds, what do you all think is an appropriate penalty associated with violating this policy so that we can get the balance right of not getting our kids not to have more school time, which could have many other detrimental effects, but also taking seriously that this is a policy that's going to be enforced?
Well, I think really that should be the individual school preference because we differentiate according to our culture. And we know our students better than anyone. I think that penalty should not be dictated. I think we should have the flexibility of implementing our own penalty. For example, we still give citizenship grades. Maybe it'll impact the citizenship grade or, maybe there's something that we can do in-house to earn, how do you not, and we'll let the students come up with maybe a policy. But I think that should be an individual school decision.
I concur with what Principal Berger is saying. I think each campus needs some flexibility with how they approach it. I know for us, we've paired the process with our weapons abatement process. And so we collect all devices and we've got a couple trying to sneak through the metal detectors every now and then. But because we can handle it right then, take care of it, collect the device, we're able to keep students in the classroom and keep them focused on instruction.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I have to say this panel, it's so heartening to hear this panel. 4 extraordinary leaders of really great district schools, different from each other. It's really, we should all be proud of you and grateful to you and grateful to the district for getting us into this position. The one I'm most familiar with is Hardy. And Principal Westover, I want to be in front of you and not acknowledge the extraordinary job that you have done at Hardy in the last 2 years. It is really something. So grateful to you for your work. The questions in front of us now, these are schools that have largely implemented these kinds of things. And one of the things that we heard and hear in the different testimony is parents who are troubled that they can't reach their child in an emergency situation and things like that. And I wonder, for each of you, how often has that scenario arisen where there was a problem because a parent couldn't reach their child in a situation in which they needed to?
I'm happy to start. So for me, for Basis DC, we don't typically run into that problem. Similar to one of the other leaders on the panel, we too have a phone, a landline in the front office at the student window available for students to use anytime that they want to contact their parent. Additionally, parents can call into the front office and pass messages to the front office staff, and a dean of students will make sure if it's something urgent that we get that message to the student or give the student the time during passing period or during their lunch period to come down and contact their parents.
We're very similar. We also have a phone for student use. And then I think that's part of where the smartwatch balance has really worked in our building. We allow students to hold on to their smartwatches. It's very hard to text on a device like that or be on social media in the middle of a classroom. And we found that that's been something that's reassured parents while still reducing distractions in the classroom.
Would you like to?
Yeah, I've been at this for a while. The last time we had an emergency was the earthquake. And no one could get in touch with anyone at all. So it wasn't just a school thing. I can't even remember what year that was, maybe 2014. Was it 14? Yeah. So that was the last time. And so everyone was experiencing the same thing.
Okay, so the biggest school in Ward 3 is Jackson Reed. It's, 1,800 kids. And I do wonder about the logistics in a setting like that. But for example, at Bannekert's, could be 800 kids. Is it 800 kids now? What happens at the beginning and the end of the day when kids have to put their phones in the lockers that you have, what does that mean in terms of kids getting into school and kids getting out of school? How does the logistics of that work?
Well, I actually have pictures. The trust that we've built, students will actually sit them on top of the lockers and keep moving. You know, some students will put them in a locker with their smartwatches and some other items they know, and I go through the detector. But it's not a problem. It's not a problem, especially in the morning. They're dropping them and coming in. The process leaving out, you know, at the end of the day, maybe as much as 3 or 4 minutes. It's not a problem at all. And again, those who don't want to be bothered with the cell phone locker, they just pick them up from the top of the cell phone locker. They're stacked almost on top of each other. You know, you probably have a couple of hundred that are not in lockers. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I would definitely say for Paul Public Charter Schools, because we don't have the benefit of having space where we do our weapons abatement in the morning to build out cell phone lockers. What we have had to do was invest in additional abatement systems. So we have 2 sets of metal detectors at the front, which means that we have to have additional security to make sure that we can get students in very quickly, because our high school process is different from our middle school process. It is incredibly time consuming. The children have to pouch their phones. They have to go through the scanner and then they take them and they're able to put them in their lockers once they get inside. It looks different for middle school. However, it is still incredibly time consuming. That's for an organization where our high school is roughly 450 students and our middle school is about 350 students. And so it is incredibly time consuming. And for our organization, while worth it, because we very much believe in a cell phone free environment, it has been incredibly costly as well.
All right, well, this, I think, goes to Councilmember Pinto talking about that if we impose a ban like this, we need to figure out a way to fund it so that it can happen smoothly. And at the high school level, you might have kids who are coming and going, free periods, internships, things like that. So the challenges, I think, at the high school level are greater. Doesn't mean it's not a good idea, but it means that it needs to be done thoughtfully and fully funded. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all of the school leaders. Principal Berger, I feel like Banneker was where I first, back when the kids would tell me about dropping their phones at the deli. I think they paid the guy like $1 to hold on to it during the day. Whatever, the system worked. And even, I think it was last year, I had to drop something off for a student. And I remember walking in and I was like, oh yeah, okay, cell phone lockers here. Oh, phones are just on top of the lockers, cool. It didn't even, it doesn't even phase the student body anymore. It just is sort of a normal approach, which I actually feel like is fairly healthy. When we started these conversations about cell phone bans, and then, you know, I would get parents who would say, well, I need to get in contact with my child. And we're like, well, how did your mother get in contact with you when you were in school? Yeah, she called the main office. That's what my mom did. Or even, you know, well, I need to ask what they want for dinner. Do you need to do that in the middle of algebra? Or can we not wait until a more appropriate time? And so I think it's, I feel like Banneker's kind of ahead of the curve here a little bit. I know that DCPS has sort of moved to do this in terms of middle schools, but have you had any conversations with your colleagues on the high school level who might have been interested in sort of modeling, especially as modernizations were happening? I feel like that's an appropriate time to put in some of this infrastructure in place.
Yeah, actually I have, and this may have been about 10 years ago. Maria Takeva at Czech.
Oh, yeah.
Had her DSL, maybe it was less than 10 years, but just to come and watch our process. And at that point, they ordered cell phone lockers and they had the same process. And I believe right now they still, and she has about 1,500 students, she's doing the same. But they wanted to see how it was working. So initially we had cell phones, lockers with keys. Well, we found out that doesn't work.
Oh,
they
no.
lose the key. So when she came, you know, when they observed, I said, please, whatever you do, don't make it a key locker. And so they invested in combination locks. And, you know, they're just like mailboxes, you know, on a wall.
Yeah.
And so, yes, they have asked about that. They watched, several of them have watched the process in the morning and even at dismissal. Because you wonder how it could be so flawless. But again, students have been conditioned. And what we do is in the summertime, we bring we have a bridge program where we even practice that. And we're like, listen, there are going to be 700 more students here that you're going to have to be able to transfer your phone, bring it in, take it out. But we get them thinking about that early on. And so we try to be proactive with that. But yeah, some of my colleagues have really, tried to invest in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, I don't want for teachers to have to sort of police this behavior. And so when you're able to just take care of it at the front, then it is what it is until the end of the day. And then, we can sort of deal with it after that. Principal Westover, so I run into your students when I'm over. I know when the school day is over because there's the Starbucks right by Hardy and they come in like a little tornado ordering their drinks and whatnot. But I've always found it so interesting. I did a lecture a couple of months ago. I was talking about what really matters at a university. And I was talking about community. And I gave an example of some of your students where, I was sitting at the Starbucks and I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to get some gossip about what happened during that day. I'm just going to I'm going to read, but I'm going to eavesdrop just a little. And they sat at the table and they were like glued to their phones. They were all there in community with each other, but they weren't necessarily talking. And I didn't realize they don't have their cell phones all day. So it's like, oh my gosh, I got to catch up, I guess, or not. I'm curious how the transition has been though, from some of your 8th graders for whom this might be a new situation for them versus the 6th graders who they don't know any different.
Great question. I think what you're describing there is very common middle school behavior. And that's why we find it so important to create that oasis during the day where they are away from these devices, that they can really develop those face-to-face interpersonal skills. I think my 8th grade students last year, as my first group to really go through this transition, struggled a bit at first, but even they noticed and commented on what a difference it made across our campus. That when you would come out to recess and you see students playing and interacting and talking with each other, it means for some students a couple more awkward moments in the cafeteria where you can't hide behind your cell phone. You have to go and you have to interact with students. But I think that that's an important learning opportunity for our children to learn how to overcome that barrier to meeting someone new, to talking to a new friend, to connecting. And I think that struggle is actually one of the perks and benefits of this system, is it's really helping our students develop resiliency that's going to help them the rest of their lives.
Yeah, I have a newly minted 6-year-old and I have a 3-year-old. And one of the things that mom friends of mine who have older kids are like, try to stay away from the cell phone for as long as possible, which I think is difficult in a city where your kid might be traversing or otherwise, but it is in that vein of like, can you build the confidence? Can you build the resilience without over dependency on a device? And can you hold a conversation where you're actually looking at someone's eyes as opposed to holding your conversation while you're looking down? So thank you for being here. Thank you, Principal Cooper from Basis. I see your students around as well as the students from Paul. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. So I just have, I think, a question. We have 4 school leaders here, and 3 of the school leaders have bans on students having cell phones with them all day, Paul and the 2 DCPS schools. Basis does not, and Basis defends their process. I don't mean that to sound horrible, but Ms. Cooper, in your testimony, you're I'm going to say you're not enthusiastic about the bill, and yet 3 of the 4 schools that are here seem to be implementing this satisfactorily. You want to say more?
Yeah, so I am in favor of the bill with allowing schools to have flexibility about the way in which they adopt the bill. And so for our, excuse me too, there's dismissal happening. But for our 5th through 7th graders, they are not allowed to have their cell phone on their person at all during the school day. They are allowed to store them in their locker. For our 8th through 12th graders, we would need to maintain that flexibility as our students do have off-campus lunch periods where they are off campus and emergency, they will need to reach out to a school leader or to a parent. And so that works really well with us. It also helped with our retention efforts because in 8th grade, our students, we tend to lose some of our students a little bit more in that grade level. And when they know that they are going to be entering 8th grade the next year, they're excited about the chance to use their phones during their lunch period to engage with their friends. They're excited about the opportunity to engage in off-campus lunch activities. And so we just want to have a little more flexibility or maintain that flexibility in adopting the bill.
Well, if we pass nothing, then you have that flexibility. But if we pass a bill that says there's a ban, then I'm not sure how we make an exception to that ban by saying there's a ban unless you don't want to ban.
Yes, so I guess that is why I am asking for it to be passed with allowing schools to have maintained flexibility in the bill.
Well, that's why we have a hearing to sort of sort all this stuff out. And Dr. White, so you have a ban, as I understand it, and Paul has taken this on itself. You did note in your testimony it's cost about $200,000, which I'm assuming is over time that you've had the ban, that's cost about $200,000. But we've heard testimony, you heard the testimony from Hardy Middle School that pencil cases, which can't be very expensive. I'm not sure how expensive it was at Benjamin Banneker, but it was incorporated when the building was modernized or built rather. So I'm not quite sure what to do with your testimony that, yes, you have a ban, you like the ban is a good idea. You've been able to pay for it, but we should not require this unless we pay for it.
That is exactly what I believe. The costs that are associated with implementing the ban are pretty significant, whether it's for the equipment to store the cell phones, or the staff that's needed to collect them and store them. You know, the facilities of every single school in Washington, D.C. are different. I've been in Miss Cooper's school before. There's not a lot of space to store 700 pencil cases, right? Like, so you have classrooms that have different sizes, you have different storage facilities and capacities. And so what works for one school and one school climate is going to be totally different for the next LEA. And so when we get into this place where we're expecting, you know, some uniform things across all schools with something that is so community and climate specific as cell phone use and cell phone bans, I think that we're going to put an undue burden on local educational agencies that could extend beyond the goodness that is intended, you know, by having the cell phone ban.
I'm going to let you have the last word. Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. You all are excused, and I'm going to turn to the next group of witnesses. And we're going to start moving a little bit quicker.
Thank you.
So thank you again. I'm now looking at page 2 of the witness list. Eric Goulet, who's Ward 3 representative on the DC State Board of Education. David Monahan, who's campaign director at Fair Play. Nicole Travers, who's Senior Director of School Support and Program Data at the DC Charter School Alliance. John Hassel, Lauren Derendinger, Kelly Stoltz, who's Education Account Executive at Yonder. Scott Goldstein, Executive Director of Empower Ed. Caroline Pryor, who's lead organizer at Empower Ed. I'm not paying any attention to the number of seats we have. That's probably a mistake. Yeah, Ms. Pryor, maybe you should wait. Don't take it personally. I'm guessing Eric Goulet is online. Why don't you start? 3 minutes. If you're in gallery view, you can see the timer.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and council staff. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 representative for the DC State Board of Education. I am pleased to join you at today's public hearing to provide testimony today on Bill 26-73, the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. Today, I will be testifying in my individual capacity as board member and not on behalf of the board. I'd like to begin by thanking Councilmember Pinto for introducing this important legislation and Council Members Allen, Fruman, Bonds, Parker, and Chairman Mendelson for co-introducing. On February 19th, 2025, the DC State Board of Education adopted State Resolution 25-2, calling for the elimination of student cell phone usage during the school day. The DC State Board of Education stated that all DC public school students deserve to be able to learn in a distraction-free environment. The board called for implementing a district-wide policy prohibiting the use of cell phones by students throughout the school day for school years 25 to 26, but stated that no student should be prohibited from the use of a device included in the student's IEP or that is required to accommodate a physical disability or manage a healthcare condition. SBOE called for OSSI, DCPS, and DC Public Charter Schools to review and strengthen policies for promptly communicating with parents in the event of an incident or emergency to mitigate any concerns parents may have with students not being able to communicate directly with parents during the school day. SBOE called on the mayor and council to include one-time, non-recurring sufficient funding in FY25 revised budget legislation or a budget reprogramming to pay for equipment or fixtures necessary for secure storage of cell phones during the school day at all DCPS and DC Public Charter Schools. Lastly, SBOE expressed its support for Councilmember Pinto's Bill 26-73 and requested Council adopt this legislation in time for implementation before school year 25-26. After discussions with members of the public and SBOE Student Advisory Committee, SBOE recommended the following two amendments to the introduced version of the legislation in the committee print. First is to allow LEAs to set policy on the use of smartwatches and personal student laptops rather than having a citywide policy. Second amendment is to allow students to retrieve cell phones at the end of classes for the day, even if it occurs before the end of the school day. We saw that at basis with a number of students. Lastly, eliminating cell phone usage during the school day has proven to be extremely successful at DCPS middle schools in improving student mental health, reducing incidences of bullying and violence, eliminating distractions in the classroom, and improving academic performance. I request that Council adopt this bill prior to the next school year. I've included a copy of the State Board's resolution with my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. David Monahan.
Thank you. I'm David Monahan, Campaign Director at the nonprofit Fair Play. I'd like to thank the committee and Chairman Mendelson for this opportunity to testify, and Councilmember Pinto for introducing B26-73, which has the potential to transform DC schools for the better. I'm advocating for the bill today on behalf of 255 Fair Play members who reside in the District of Columbia. The problem of smartphones in schools is an urgent one. The lure of phones and social media create a distraction in classrooms, which impedes learning. Students are not paying attention because of the fear of missing out, and teachers are not free to teach because they're using time to implore students to put phones away. And we also know that school is also about social and emotional development. And in many schools today, students ignore one another in the hallways and the lunchroom with their heads buried in screens. Hours during a day on social media mean hours of exposure to harms like bullying, sexual predators, and content promoting suicide and self-harm, eating disorders, dangerous drugs, and dangerous challenges. If DC implements a bell-to-bell, no phones policy, we know from experience that this can transform DC schools. And I'll say the success stories we heard earlier from Principals Westover and Berger are consistent with the stories that we hear all around the country every day. If you remove phones from schools, teachers can again look out over classrooms and see students looking up and ready to learn. And in the hallways and lunchroom, educators will hear what we all want them to hear, young people laughing, talking, and getting to know one another. Just this week, Fair Play and our partners at the Phone Free Schools movement published a letter signed by a coalition of more than 40 organizations that advocate for children. more than 35 experts in children's development and well-being, calling on schools to enact robust bell-to-bell phone-free schools policies. This letter was signed by organizations like the American Federation of Teachers and the National Education Association. It said in the letter, we owe it to our youth to give them 7 hours a day free from the distractions and dangers of phones and social media. We respectfully raise 3 concerns about the wording of the bill in Section 3A. In subsection 2, it allows for the use of devices for educational purposes during instructional time. We would urge that rules reflect a narrow view of what's permissible because broader exceptions would open the door to the same distractions that this bill is designed to eliminate. Subsections 3 and 4 provide for a process for students to obtain permission from an educator or administrator to use a device in the event of a health or safety incident. We've heard many people talk about today why that is not best for kids. And in fact, Councilmember Pinto herself in a recent op-ed stated, a phone-free policy does not compromise safety, rather it enhances it. Eliminating the reliance on personal devices helps reduce the risk of spreading misinformation and disrupting crisis protocols during an emergency. Lastly, under subsection 6, the policy adopted by a local education agency must provide for appropriate storage of devices. We would suggest that such a policy should not include, among appropriate storage, a student's locker or anywhere else that a student can access the device during the school day. We respectfully urge the committee to vote favorably on B26-73 to create learning environments in DC schools that support healthy development and academic success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. Nicole Travers?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Pinto, and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Travers, and I'm the Senior Director of School Support and Program Data, the DC Charter School Alliance. The DC Alliance is a local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure every student can choose high-quality public schools that prepare them for lifelong success. The DC Alliance has been engaging with our school leaders over the past several years on the topic of cell phone use in schools. We'd like to thank the State Board of Education for the opportunity in December to share the charter perspective on this topic. Overall, the DC Alliance supports schools as they develop and refine their own internal school policies, and we receive feedback on lessons learned from those who have moved forward with the policy implementation. School leaders have implemented student cell phone use policies and procedures that they believe will work best in their unique school communities and will support maximum student learning. Schools align their policies with their learning models, the size of their school, and the school's demographics. There's no one-size-fits-all approach to determining whether and how to implement a student cell phone policy. In a 2023 Pew Research Center survey, 72% of high school teachers identified cell phone usage as a significant issue. 60% of those surveyed reported that enforcing cell phone policies was either very or somewhat challenging. We have seen off and away policies become more prevalent across the DMV with at least 5 large districts, including Fairfax, Arlington, Montgomery, PG, and Prince William counties, piloting or either already implementing policies at the middle and or high school levels. In DC, the vast majority of charters prohibit cell phone use during the instructional school day. The DC Alliance would like to offer a few key recommendations. First, we recommend giving LEAs a full year to implement any cell phone policy. If the council passes the legislation, OSSI will need time to produce a model policy. We hope for opportunities to share feedback based on the learned experiences about the challenges. LEAs will need adequate time to make updates to their existing school policy, including implementing staff training. Additionally, leaders would need more time to develop communication guidance and safety protocols for parent outreach during emergencies. Second, we encourage a citywide public awareness campaign around the new policy to increase DC's community knowledge and understanding of what to expect. The campaign should reinforce messaging on improved academic focus and safer learning environments, which may help increase student attendance. Relatedly, we request OSSI identify additional training opportunities for schools and families who struggle to adapt the policy and students who experience emotional dysregulation with their phones are taken during the day. LEAs will also need guidance on expectations for discipline in relation to repeated noncompliance with the policy. Next, LEAs will need resources to implement the new policy. In an environment where schools are expecting steep cuts in federal grant funding, absorbing costs for any new mandate will be especially challenging. Startup fees, including per pupil annual costs for phone storage boxes, plus additional staff needed for policy implementation. Finally, we recommend adult LEAs be excluded from the cell phone policy so that adult students can be reachable by children and their employers. In closing, we appreciate the council for creating this opportunity for this discourse, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Travers. John Hassel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I especially want to thank my council member, Brooke Pinto, for introducing this legislation, which I fully support. I was president of the Parent Teacher Organization at McKinley Tech High School and Middle School. And when my son enrolled in there in 2019, before the epidemic, they had a policy in place, no cell phones. I don't understand why this is so expensive. They had a locker, they locked the phones up, and the kids had a distraction-free instructional experience. So I wholeheartely support this bill, and I think it's great that you're doing that. The brief time when they lifted the cell phone ban was when that very intense part of the COVID epidemic. And then that was sort of an experiment in the ban because things went crazy. And then the school administrator said, wait, we're going to go back and ban it again. Because there was disruption, there were fights, parents had fights in the hall. That was not acceptable. And as a PTO president, I fully supported that ban. McKinley is a STEM school. I'm real proud my son graduated. It's a jewel in the crown of the public school system. It's the only STEM school in the District of Columbia, in the District of Columbia Public Schools. And I just want to add one thing that might not be germane. This council needs an education committee. The fact that there's a committee of the whole here and only 3 of the 13 committee members are here speaks volumes to me as a DCPS parent. We need an education committee. We need to have oversight on these things. And I really implore you, Mr. Chairman, because I know that's your authority, that you would reconsider the fact that you don't have an education committee. We want to be a state, right? All state legislatures have education committees, many of them 2 per state. We need one here in the District of Columbia. So with that, thank you for allowing me to speak for you tonight. And I want to congratulate Councilmember Pinto for this great idea.
Thank you. Laura Derendinger?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the work you do to support Washington, D.C. My name is Laura Derendinger. I'm a public health nurse by background, and I worked overseas in war zones with Doctors Without Borders, which is an independent medical organization, before I became a mother. My children range in age from 9 to 15, and I actually haven't given my children any of these products. They don't have phones, they don't use social media. I have no conflict of interest in my statement today. So I volunteer on the Leadership Council of the Smartphone Free Childhood USA. We are a completely volunteer-run organization. We collaborate with experts across the country to support implementation of model best practice phone-free school legislation. Briefly, to put everybody on the same page, did you all see the cards that I shared? So this graph is sourced from CDC data. When smartphones and social media products exposure became ubiquitous in the youth population, rates of youth suicide, intentional self-poisoning, and major depressive episodes increased exponentially. This trend started around 2012 and predates COVID. Independent peer-reviewed literature describes social media as a health-harming product. Leading researchers concur that there is not a robust body of evidence describing any health benefits to youth with exposure to these products. The New York City Health Commissioner in 2023 described social media as an environmental health toxin. So hence, in the public health context, we can see a phone-free school legislation as an upstream environmental prevention policy tool. We know that cyberbullying is an independent risk factor for youth suicidality. So when we are addressing the youth mental health crisis in a public health framework, we use multiple tools to prevent harm. In this case, we include environmental changes, such as ensuring that all schools are phone and social media free, as described by the legislation you're considering, and messaging. Most parents are completely in the dark about the harms of social media. When schools use these products, parents take that as a cue that these products are safe. This education curriculum, Kids, Brains, and Screens, really belongs in every school. This legislation does represent a big norm change. Communities have gotten used to using these products for everything. And of course, we're going to hear dissent this afternoon, but we must prioritize supporting our communities with education, which will help us move to a healthier norm. This legislation is amongst the strongest in the country, and I applaud your work and will be available to support you as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Derrendinger. Kelly Stoltz.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kelly Stoltz, and as a former educator with nearly 2 decades in the classroom, I witnessed firsthand the growing impact of screen time on our students. Ultimately, I left the classroom to work with Yonder, where I now help schools and districts implement effective phone-free learning environments. My experience with hundreds of schools across diverse communities has shown me that when we remove digital distractions from school, genuine learning and human connection flourish. Today, I'm here as an advocate for phone-free learning environments. A phone-free school day is not a luxury. It is foundational to student success. All schools, regardless of zip code, need support to establish environments where children get a break from devices that dominate attention, fragment focus, and interfere with social development. The data is compelling. Schools implementing phone-free environments report a 44% decrease in behavioral referrals. 77% of teachers report reduced classroom disruptions, and 75% observe improved academic performance. DC schools like Edmund Burke, Alice Steele Middle School, and Paul Public Charter have begun this journey with promising results. As you consider this bill, I'd like to highlight a critical success factor. We need to remove teachers from the role of phone police. Consistent school-wide or district-wide policies are essential. When expectations vary from classroom to classroom, it creates confusion, puts teachers in the difficult and uncomfortable position of enforcing an inconsistent policy, and ultimately undermines effectiveness. We encourage you to consider 3 key principles. First, equal access to resources. Ensure that all DC schools can implement phone-free environments with appropriate support and funding. Next, local implementation control. While maintaining consistent district-wide expectations, empower individual school communities to develop implementation plans that honor their unique cultures and needs. And comprehensive support. Beyond just securing devices, provide schools with the resources, training, and ongoing support needed to create truly transformative learning environments. The DC Board of Education took an important first step by passing SR 25-2. Now this council has the opportunity to establish a clear, consistent framework that supports schools in implementing these evidence-based practices. We at Yonder stand ready to partner with local schools to provide both the physical tools and expertise needed for success. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Stoltz. So Scott Goldstein.
Good afternoon, council members and staff. Councilmember Pinto, thank you for introducing this legislation and for your efforts to hear from students, educators, and families about the issue of phones and other smart devices in schools. I'm testifying both as the Executive Director of Empower Ed, a DC teacher organization, but principally today as a former educator and a parent. As Empower Ed has engaged educators on this issue, it's clear most educators favor a policy like the one prescribed in this legislation. But it's also clear there are some legitimate concerns and those with a different view. I hope you'll consider all those views as you mark up this legislation and hopefully pass it with sufficient time for planning before school year 25-26. I want to address some of the most common arguments against a ban. First, yes, we absolutely have to teach students digital literacy, but they don't need their personal devices with them all day to do that. I didn't bring a computer to school every day to learn typing, and we can use school devices and intentionally teach digital literacy, AI, robotics, and more. That does mean that passing a bill like this also carries with it a responsibility for the council and education agencies to truly ensure digital equity, not just in name, but in practicality. If a teacher has to plan weeks in advance to reserve a laptop cart, which isn't available for all classes, this bill will end up bringing bringing a lot of frustration to educators and students alike. Second, good teaching is about taking students on a learning journey. Good lessons are about student inquiry and critical thinking. That's a process that, when done well, takes time, not instant gratification. Trying to compete with the instant dopamine hits of phones compels bad teaching. Third, I hear the argument that we'll need to have phones in life, so we need to prepare them. But that's not all we need to prepare them for. We need to prepare them to read, write, think mathematically, scientifically, and develop socially, emotionally. Phones in schools undermine all of those. To me, on balance, the answer is clear. Fourth, as a parent, I get the real fears about security, emergencies like school shootings, but as someone who works with schools, I know the answer is to improve communication systems to communicate equitably and timely with all families in emergencies. DCPS must break down its ridiculous layers of bureaucracy that stand between a principal and their ability to send out timely communication. Furthermore, there's now good evidence that students being on phones during shootings or other emergencies makes the emergencies worse. While it's great they can send a text to families, at the moment they most need to be present and alert about the threat, people are instead texting or recording. Fifth, student violence. I've heard the argument that it's good that we have phones to document abuses, fights, or protect certain students. But as a former teacher, here's my perspective. When a fight breaks out and a student takes out their phone, it makes violence a sport. They're entertained rather than helping. This is the last thing students, teachers, deans, and school leaders need. Finally, there's no argument that outweighs the abundantly clear and evidence that cell phones in schools promote anxiety, depression, bullying, violence, and rob students of a space in which they should be able to be free of all of that. It's not okay, and in my mind, that alone should compel us to pass this legislation. We worked with a school on our educator wellness partnerships that one of their top wellness goals was to ban student phones. The leadership listened, and no other single factor made as much of a difference in boosting educator morale and allowing them to focus on teaching and learning. I hope city leaders will continue to talk to students, parents, and families, but I hope also we will educate everyone about this too. Jonathan Haidt's book, The Anxious Generation, was a real wake-up call, and it should be. It's time for DC to follow suit, other states and jurisdictions, protect our kids, protect learning, and protect the safe space of school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I have a few questions, and we're going to try a 5-minute round, so I want to be quick here. Mr. Goldstein, you tempted me. You said it's clear there are some legitimate concerns, and those with a different view. I hope you'll consider all of those views as you mark up this legislation. What are those views, or are you hoping that they will come up with this testimony later in this hearing?
I think I named a few of them in my testimony. I think the concerns about communication in particular are one of the most legitimate, which is that—
The concerns about what?
Communication, meaning
Yes.
schools do not send out timely information when there's an emergency, and we have to solve that along with passing this bill. And then I think the concern I raised about digital equity, if educators can't get a laptop cart or tablets or anything else to do research projects, and they're waiting in a line behind 5 other teachers to get it, it's not going to work. So we have to take care of those things as we take care of this.
Thank you. Ms. Stoltz, I was a little surprised, and this isn't meant as a criticism. You work for Yonder, but you said very little about Yonder. I don't know anything about it, except I've heard some comments that it's expensive if a whole system, DCPS has 50,000 students, is going to buy, I guess they're like bags, Yonder bags. And also the students have figured out how to break into them. Do you want to speak to any of that?
Sure, I can speak to all of that. So I come here first and foremost as a phone-free advocate. Someone who has worked in schools for nearly 2 decades, someone who sees the impact that screens have made, and someone who believes very firmly that phone-free spaces belong in all schools. That said, I do work for Yonder. And Yonder is a program that involves pouches. However, if you were to ask our founder, he would say the pouches are about 25% of what we do. So the tangible products that Yonder provides to schools include magnetic bases that unlock the pouches and lockable pouches, as well as Velcro pouches for students who have medical concerns, some storage implementation. But the vast majority of what we do is implementation, oversight, and working directly with the schools to create a phone-free program. So starting with when we begin the conversation with a school or a district, we begin with parent communication, surveys, rolling out information, curriculum, whatever resources that school or district needs in order to get community buy-in, to make sure the school community feels like they've been included in this entire process. That's largely what Yonder focuses on. So we certainly do provide Yonder pouches. In terms of them being, being able to break into, that is true. There, if you go on TikTok or other places, you can see that that is something that's happened. Fortunately, we're coming out with our 4th generation Yonder bags with a much stronger pin. So that is going to eliminate that problem. But by and large, what we do, while the pouches are certainly part of what we do, the focus really is implementing the phone-free spaces overall.
Thank you. That's helpful. Ms. Dinger, I'm sorry. You said, this was also tempting, we support state lawmakers across the country to introduce the model best practice phone-free school legislation, but then maybe I didn't look carefully enough. I didn't see the model of best practice phone-free school legislation.
I can link you to that resource. It's available on the Becca Schmiel Foundation website. So in my written testimony that I've submitted, I listed a little bit more detail about that. The model best practice phone-free school legislation is supported by the Anxious Generation, the USC Neely Center, the Phone-Free Schools Movement, Fair Play.
Sure, but
Yes,
does it differ much with what we have before us?
It is aligned. It is aligned. And as you heard Fair Play speak and the Phone-Free Schools Movement speak, the best practice is to not have the personal device used for learning during the school day. Because once a teacher says kids bring out the phone to look up this or use it as a calculator, there's too much temptation for the opportunity to go onto social media and have that be distracting for the kids. That allowance basically creates the teacher to be required to be sort of the phone police all over again. And that's what we were trying to avoid. The other part, yes?
I'm running out of time, and I have one last question, which is not for you. Sorry, Ms. Travers. You made the comment LEAs will need resources to implement the new policy, which is similar to the testimony we got from Paul Public Charter School. But we've also had testimony today, like Hardy uses pencil bags, which is hardly any cost at all. So why, or really, or how much?
I think it would be determined by the school, the LEA, and the needs of their school population. I will say in some schools, and this is also me speaking as a former high school leader in Ward 7, where we've tried similar methods such as Yonder, but thinking through the safety parameters that need to go in place, the staffing, as Dr. White mentioned, additional personnel that have to be there to help collect the phones, the distribution at the different periods of time of day. And if you have after school programming in a high school, that's additional staff that would need to monitor that. And then also just thinking about the cost that goes along with in the event of theft or if they are damaged or lost, and who will take on that liability.
Well, I get all that, but there was, the principal from Banneker, true, the lockers were put in as part of building the building, but otherwise it sounds to me like it's zero cost. And she testified that the principal check put in lockers. Sounds like there's no cost. So, but I'm out of time. If the Alliance wants to think about that some more, but I'm a little not quite sure what to do with this testimony that this would cost. Council Member Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses on this panel. I want to start with you, Mr. Goldstein, and thank you so much for convening so many educators over the weekend. And I was privileged to join you all and hear from many of our teachers about this proposal in particular and what they'd like to see. And one of the kind of repeat themes that I heard was some teachers said, this will be no problem. We've implemented in our schools and students will understand. And others said, we need some tools to make sure that this is actually honored. One teacher in particular said, look, if I said to my students, put away your cell phones, they would just say no. And so how do you think we should balance the need to have clear guardrails for to empower our teachers so they don't have to spend all their day policing student behavior, and making clear to students who might be less open-minded or less agreeable when their teachers tell them it's time to put away your phones.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for being there and listening to all the educators on this issue. I think I strongly favor, I think, what Laura Dinger and others have said on this, which is that it should just be removed for the whole day. So this is not something that the teachers have to deal with in each class period. I do think it is a huge distraction from teaching and from learning for this to be a class period by class period battle. So I would favor narrowing, again, the allowance for people to take it out for whatever reason if it's related to learning. But again, that has to come with making sure schools all do have school devices, classroom devices, so that they can use those instead when they need to do research or make sure they have enough calculators and all of those things. So I would say the best way to balance is just to make sure teachers are not in that role in the first place, and to make sure that this is truly bell-to-bell removal. I do think, again, I think I made this comment in the session that we need to make sure this is something that's actually prioritized at a school, and it's not just we're putting in this policy and good luck, you're on your own with this. There's still going to be behavioral incidents related to this, even if it's bell to bell, and dysregulation, as others have said. So that kind of support does need to be there, and the technical support that comes along with that. I don't know if there needs to be a cost associated with this or not, because I've heard, creative ways to do this for not much of a cost, but I do think that assistance in implementation. And I think what we're doing today is a big part of that, just everybody sharing how they do it. And I think this goes a long way towards people realizing what approach they might want to take.
Okay, thank you so much. And Mr. Hassel and Ms. Derendinger, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Thank you for your comments about the cost, and thank you to you, Mr. Hassel, for helping lead McKinley Tech being a leader in this space and being, I think, the first school that told me years ago that you all had implemented this and really made me believe we could do this citywide. Why are you all so confident that this is not going to cost a lot? What are the best practices that you've seen either at McKinley Tech or in your research that will make this cost effective and not be an additional burden on our schools that are already stretched thin?
You want to go first?
Sure. So in our work supporting states and indeed doing the research on who is already doing this, so we can use those templates, the best practice to share. I can provide this to you electronically. It's a visual of all the different schools that are doing this practice, either using pencil pouches or phone lockers, and sometimes even homemade phone lockers that were just shelves with doors added to them and locked. So individual schools are finding solutions. And then in terms of scale, we did support a webinar last Friday that the link has been shared with you, but I'll send it again, where we had principals highlighting how they do this to scale with thousands of students, using, again, the no to low cost methods. And really, as Scott Goldstein was saying, it's so helpful when successful principals are able to share these best practices across. So this is absolutely doable to scale without the cost.
Thank you.
And thanks for that question. I don't know who set it up in 2019 when my son Andrew enrolled at McKinley. It was just part of the process. There was a set of lockers for the cell phones. And when they entered through the security system, that was the first step they did in the first part of the day. So someone paid for that, obviously. It was a one-time cost. And then it worked. It basically, STEM courses are hard. They're talking about biology, and if you have extra money, please hire math teachers. We need more STEM instructors in our school system. And to hear that we need to spend extra money on implementing this policy, I said, why don't we look at the best practices where it hasn't cost much money? And usually if there's a strong PTO or PTA, we can do a fundraiser, we can raise the money for that one-time cost. But that's how it worked, Councilmember Pinto. And I would encourage, I'm surprised it wasn't uniform already across the school system, because we all know these phones are addictive. And these kids need to be in a phone-free environment to maximize their learning. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And I think that that messaging is really important from all of our school communities and leaders and teachers, and also from our parent community. And so thank you for your work there and the consistency. Appreciate it. Thanks,
Thank you,
Chairman.
Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you to my Ward 3 colleague, State Board Representative Goulet. Thank you for your work on these issues. Thank you to the State Board, which increasingly is coming forward with ideas that then get presented to the council. And I think we're starting to see that. I think we're increasingly seeing the council picking up on those ideas, which I think is something healthy. I am struck by how much this is already happening. So it doesn't feel like we're going to go from 0 to 60 on this. It seems like we're going to go from 30 to 60 on this. Ms. Travers, I think you said that, I think I heard you say that the majority of charter schools already had policies in this space. I don't know if it exists, but I would love to see an inventory of all of the schools that already have these policies in place and a brief description of how they do it. Because as we talk about cost, in half the places it may well be at DCPS, it's happening a lot. In the charter sector, it's happening a lot. Is there a place I could go, Ms. Travers, to see a list of the places, or could you generate a list of the charter LEAs that are already doing this and the brief description of the policies that they're using?
Yes, thank you for your curiosity of that. And we've already started collecting majority of that data. So we'll be able to provide you with that.
All right, wonderful. I think that would be really helpful as we figure out where we are. And there was a representative of DCPS in the room, not on the panel. I was going to ask it to him from this posture, but I'll ask it to him from a different place. I just think we all learn from each other, and a lot's happening. And so the lift to get from here to the finish line seems much shorter. And on the cost issues, maybe there will be some costs in some places, but there's not costs in places that are already doing it. So getting our arms around what the costs might be, it's important to know where we are already. So thank you very much. Thank you to all of the witnesses for your testimony. And I'm going to leave 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the table.
And you can get a gold star too. Thank you. Thank you to each of you all of you who testified, and especially those who are here in person. You're excused. I'm going to call the next group. Caroline Pryor, who's lead organizer at Empower Ed. Priya Cook. Elizabeth Mitchell. Ella Kine. Ashley Simpson Baird. Catherine Procope, who's Executive Director at Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science. Is Tara Iqbal here? Is that you? No. All right. Emily Hedden is online. Deidre Brown is online. Ashley Ruff. We're going to stop there. Ms. Pryor.
Good afternoon, council members and staff. My name is Caroline Pryor, and I'm lead organizer of Empower Ed. We're very excited that the city, both the state board and the council, are taking a programmatic approach to the question of cell phones in schools. I know educator opinions on the appropriateness of cell phones in schools runs the gamut, and some of our teachers are effectively incorporating personal devices into their lessons. For other educators, personal devices only result in ongoing power struggles in their classes. Today, my comments come from insights gleaned in the Cell Phones in Schools session at Empower Ed's recent Teacher Solutions Summit. Thank you for both of the council members up here for attending. First, as was clear in the SBO panel, the previous panel, and in our summit session, LEAs should be granted some flexibility with how they pursue a policy for personal device bans because many policies are already in practice. And I want to note as well that This ban is probably not appropriate for adult charters. We applaud that this bill allows LEAs to create their own policy with common requirements, allowing a necessary degree of autonomy. I also want to point out that within LEAs, different school communities employ different models, and I encourage this legislation to permit the coexistence of different models within the same LEA, so long as they meet the requirements of the bill. We don't want to add more to educators' overloaded plates. Highlighting working models of exemplary policies can give clear examples of models that do not significantly add to teacher duties or exacerbate power struggles over phone confiscation. Further, I encourage council, as many others have, to consider funding mechanisms to implement these policies so we don't roll out an unfunded mandate. The bill also includes nods to digital citizenship and digital literacy curricula, which is the top concern for many educators hesitant to remove personal devices from classrooms. Spanning this point, perhaps through directing OSSE and the SBOE to create a set of digital literacy standards could bring the bill more into alignment with 21st century learning needs. Finally, this bill requires LEAs to grant access to personal devices for students as dictated by IEPs and 504s. This is yet another crucial requirement for any such legislation. We can't disenfranchise students for the sake of a personal device-free learning environment if those devices are necessary for the student's learning and well-being. The bill also makes provisions for emergencies, but I want to highlight that in our current environment, many families are extremely worried about whether students can communicate incidents of violence, particularly shootings, and whether students can be in communication with families about immigration raids or emergencies. These are intensely pressing needs. If we move forward with a personal device-free learning environment, we must ensure emergency communication between schools and families meets crisis conditions. One goal of this bill is to improve mental health for students. If students and families don't feel safe as a result of poor communication in emergency structures, removing personal devices undermines the bill's intent. It's vital that we pay attention to our LEA's communication needs, see some of the details of Councilmember Parker's school safety enhancement bill of the last session, and work with the Office of Migrant Services so the bill can ensure safety for our newcomer and immigrant families too. It can only be successful if we build student and family buy-in, and communication structures are a necessary part of that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Priya Cook.
Good afternoon. My name is Priya Cook. I'm a former special education teacher and now work on healthy school environments. I'm also a Ward 1 DCPS parent of 2 and a former LSAT chair, here to voice my strong support for protecting kids from the harm of personal devices at school. I would like to emphasize 4 things as you consider and refine Bill 2673. First, parents do want phones out of schools. Even though our family has signed wait till 8 pledges, we can't overcome the distraction of other students' devices at school. Like any parent, I do understand the desire to reach my kids and know that they're safe, but messaging them in the middle of an emergency only serves our own emotional needs and does not make kids safer. In an emergency, I want my children fully aware of their surroundings and listening to on-site adults trained and trusted to lead and respond. Secondly, although some young people do resist phone bans, they feel the benefits afterward. Given that the average US teen receives 237 notifications and spends roughly 5 hours on social media each day, it's understandable that many teens in Baltimore strongly opposed Howard County's no phones policy. But after it was implemented, 74% reported focusing more in class, 68% reported better grades, and 60% reported improved mental health. Thirdly, I'd like to emphasize including all 5 of the key features available in the model policy that was already referenced earlier today to ensure positive and equitable results. Jonathan Haidt's Anxious Generation Team, the Becca Schmill Foundation, the USC Neely Center, and Fair Play wrote model legislation, which is linked in my testimony, based on lessons learned by early adopters. Ensuring that Bill 2673 addresses all 5 of the core features in the model legislation is critical for it to work well, including stopping schools from requiring smartphones and social media for school communication and tightening exceptions that might challenge consistent implementation. Finally, teachers also want phones out of classrooms, as we've heard today. In 2024, 83% of NEA members supported banning personal device use during the entire school day from bell to bell. Megan Belser is a 15-year DCPS high school English teacher at Czech who couldn't be here, and I will close with her words. She says, "I can say that all personal technology is detrimental to learning and growth in the classroom. When students are on phones and tablets, their attention is divided, their ability to focus is impaired, and their engagement with material is diminished. Most heartbreaking as a teacher is to see how students are less willing to collaborate when they have personal technology. So much learning happens peer to peer, and that potential is lost when students keep to themselves scrolling their devices. Please recognize the harm that devices in school cause and pass this legislation." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Elizabeth Mitchell.
My name is Elizabeth Mitchell. I am a DCPS parent and the Senior Organizing Director at MAMA, as well as the DC chapter lead. I also have a student at Deal Middle School where they have bell-to-bell policy in place that uses Yonder pouches. MAMA is a grassroots movement of parents and allies fighting back against media addiction and creating a world where real-life experiences and interactions remain at the heart of a healthy childhood. We have a three-part mission: educating parents, getting smartphones out of schools, and ensuring technology products have basic safeguards like other consumer products. Like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, we are standing up to a massive public health threat and making changes in our homes, communities, and across the nation. Today's youth spend nearly 9 hours on screens daily, and it's not healthy or safe for their hearts or minds. We have an unprecedented youth mental health crisis that is wreaking havoc on our kids and devastating families. Our kids' compulsion to check their phones is inhibiting their development and displacing critical real-world experiences they need to properly develop socially and emotionally and academically. What we're talking about is addiction. The use of smartphones and social media is directly correlated to the development of addictive behaviors and the abnormal activation of dopamine and rewards pathways. 78% of teens from ages 13 to 17 report checking their devices at least hourly. 95% of teens use social media, and Pew Research found that a third of those teens report that they use it almost constantly. The more time our kids spend scrolling, the more money social media and companies make. These companies relentlessly target our kids with hidden algorithms and commercial messages that exploit their emotions for profit. Elected leaders across the country and across party lines are all announcing plans to make schools phone-free. And it's happening everywhere because everyone, from parents to teachers to administrators and even kids themselves, see how our kids' compulsion to check their phones is inhibiting their development, distracting them from learning in class, and limiting their opportunities for in-person interactions with their peers. As parents, caregivers, and educators, we want to protect our children. We see firsthand every day the harms of social media, both inside and outside of the classroom. As other parents and community members have previously shared in testimony, the ability to broadcast bullying and acts of physical violence not only re-traumatizes and further victimizes our children, but also encourages others to do the same. Children with special needs are not only more likely to be bullied, but are more likely to be seriously harmed by it. We need a bell-to-bell policy that keeps these devices locked away during the day to keep our children safe from harm and engaged in learning. All of that said, I'd be remiss if I didn't also point out that in order to adopt this policy safely, we need to fully fund our schools and make sure our facilities are being maintained. In talking to teachers and students and community leaders about this policy, I heard from multiple sources that students often have to use their devices because Wi-Fi provided by DCPS is too weak to get their work done. Our children and teachers deserve phone-free schools, but they must have spaces that make them feel safe at all times so that they can achieve and thrive, not just in our classrooms, but beyond. I support this policy, but I also call upon this body to do the work to ensure our in-school technology security and facilities are doing what they're supposed to in each and every school across every ward. I'd also encourage you all to read the December New York Times article that details how cell phones are fueling bullying in schools. Thank you for having this hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Ella Kine.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Pinto, other members of the council, staff, and members of the public. I'm Ella Kine, an 8th grader at Hardy Middle School, and I'm grateful for the chance to testify before you today on the proposed bell-to-bell cell phone ban in Washington, D.C. public schools. As you have already heard from my principal, Ms. Westover, on the earlier panel, my school, Hardy, has a no-phone policy. I have had a chance to experience this policy as a 7th grader with no phone, and also this year as an 8th grader with a phone. To be specific, at Hardy, here's how the ban works. Each morning before entering the building, we put our phones in a pouch like this, and put our phones in boxes with our specific homeroom clearly labeled on it. The school then takes those boxes and stores them securely in the main office. Every afternoon after classes are over, we go to our homeroom and get our phones back. This would be like my asking each one of you to put your phones in a pouch right now and collecting them in a box, keeping them safe, and then giving them back to you at the end of this hearing for a gavel-to-gavel cell phone ban. Based on my experience here or at Hardy, I support the bell-to-bell ban on cell phones in schools. Here's why. First, it levels the playing field. Middle school is a time when many kids start getting phones. A phone ban previously prevents exclusivity between those who have phones versus those who do not have a phone. Last year, as a student without a phone, I appreciated the ban because I was not the odd one out. Second, it promotes learning. Students who have a phone during the day cannot focus well and do worse academically because they are worried about what is happening online. On those very rare occasions when I've seen friends sneak a phone into class, it is nothing but a distraction for them. I've been hearing many concerns about the cost, but I believe this is one of the most cost-effective ways to increase learning, so it should be prioritized. Thirdly, it fosters a better community. People can be more themselves without phones because they don't have to show it for social media. Also, instead of kids being glued to their phones, more friendships are born as kids have to interact more with each other. A cell phone ban further helps build community because schools are more safe without phones. A lot can go wrong online. For example, things can spread more quickly if there is a fight going on, and middle school drama just spreads even more. On a final note, I understand there has been some discussion of the logistics of the ban. I have already shared with you how it works at Hardy using pouches like these, as I shared before. In my experience, the Hardy system works very well and is easy to implement for students and teachers. I support this approach. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I look forward to any questions you may have for me.
Thank you, Ms. Kine. Ashley Simpson Baird, who oh, yes, oh, please.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Pinto, and Councilmember Fruman. Before I begin my testimony, I just want to say thank you for your leadership in recent weeks. I know it's been a lot, and I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of the district. My name is Dr. Ashley Simpson Baird, and I am testifying today on behalf of the students and staff of Brea Public Charter School, the Latin American Youth Center Career Academy, the Next Step Public Charter School, the Family Place Public Charter School, Carlos Rosario International School, Maya Angelou Schools, and Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. All schools serving adult learners in DC, adults like all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Heads Up Distraction Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. I want to start by acknowledging the intent of the legislation. The concerns about the negative impacts of cell phones in pre-K through 12 classrooms are valid, and I support the efforts to foster focused, engaging learning environments for younger students. However, our schools collectively urge the council to amend the bill to explicitly exempt adult schools from its requirements. Adult learners are fundamentally different from pre-K through 12 students in both their educational needs and their responsibilities outside of school. Many of our students are parents and caregivers who need to remain accessible to their children's schools and childcare providers throughout the day. Others balance their education with employment and rely on mobile devices to coordinate work schedules, communicate with employers, and access critical resources. Restricting access to wireless communication devices would create unnecessary barriers for these students, making it harder for them to manage their responsibilities while pursuing their education. In addition, digital literacy is an essential skill that many adult learners are actively working to build in our classes. Mobile devices, including smartphones, are key tools in developing these skills, whether through accessing online materials, practicing digital communication, or completing coursework. Unlike in pre-K through 12 settings, where phones are often seen as distractions, in adult education classrooms, they're often integrated into instruction as valuable learning tools. Furthermore, adult-serving schools already have effective policies in place to ensure that mobile devices do not disrupt learning. Our schools foster professional, career-focused environments where students are expected to exercise responsible technology use. In many ways, our classrooms more closely resemble post-secondary and workforce training environments where personal communication devices are both necessary and appropriate. Finally, we're concerned about the impacts on staff time should we need to implement a policy requiring that our schools store students' cell phones during the day. We want to ensure that we can continue to make decisions about how staff time is used to provide the optimal learning environments for our students. For these reasons, we urge the council to amend the bill to exempt adult serving schools. Doing so would ensure that the legislation achieves its intended goal of minimizing distractions for younger students without creating unintended obstacles for adult learners who are working hard to improve their lives and support their families. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to continuing this conversation and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Catherine Procope?
Good afternoon. Whoops, let me get my camera right here. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Did it do it right? Oh, what's going on with this? Okay. I'm here. Get my camera. Here we go. Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, council members, and I thank you for an opportunity to offer testimony regarding the Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2023. At the Howard University Middle School, we are dedicated to cultivating a rigorous distraction-free learning environment that prioritizes student achievement and well-being. In fact, we've been implementing a personal device-free policy since 2017. Under our current procedures, students turn in their cell phones at the beginning of the school day and they're stored safely until dismissal. We found that removing personal devices from the classroom greatly reduces distractions, fosters greater student engagement, and strengthens the social interaction during the school day. For this reason, we appreciate and support the intent of this proposed legislation. It's an important step toward ensuring that all students in the District of Columbia have access to learning environments that are focused and free from disruptions and that personal wireless devices can cause. We also appreciate the bill's clear guidelines around health, safety, and accommodations for students with IEPs and 504 plans. That said, I do want to raise one critical consideration: cost and logistical implications for smaller LEAs, particularly as they implement this policy. At our school, we've invested significant resources in establishing and maintaining a system to collect, store, and return personal devices each day. We have dedicated staff members who manage this process, and we utilize secure storage solutions that ensure the safety of students' property. This requires both upfront and ongoing costs, and that may present challenges, particularly for smaller LEAs or schools with limited budgets. As the bill is considered for passage, I do encourage the council to explore avenues for providing additional supports to LEAs to cover these implementation costs, whether through additional appropriations or provision for equipment. Addressing the financial burden will be key to ensuring an equitable implementation across the district. While we at our school have successfully maintained a distraction-free policy for years, I do strongly support the bill's encouragement of stakeholder engagement. It's essential that students, families, and educators are all involved in developing these policies so that they are transparent, equitable, and responsive to community needs. I do again commend you for prioritizing student learning as you always do and the well-being through this legislation. Please let me know if there are any questions you have, and I thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Procope. Tara Iqbal, Director of SEL at DC Prep. I don't think she's here. Emily Hayden is online.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Emily Hedin. I am the Executive Director of Breakthrough Montessori Public Charter School in Ward 4, and I'm also the parent of 2 Breakthrough Montessori students. I'm here to express my support for the Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. Before I share my school's experience with limiting student cell phone use, I do want to highlight that we are an elementary school serving students pre-K 3 through 6th grade, and a strong majority of our student body population is in the younger grades. Thus, I would just want to elevate the testimony of my colleagues who are leading secondary schools, middle and high schools, and acknowledging that the logistical and budgetary implications of implementing this policy are steeper for them. Looking at our school, I can share that student cell phone use is having a real and measurable impact on learning and social emotional development. Research shows that students who are given smartphones in elementary school are more likely to experience symptoms of anxiety, disrupted sleep, and increased exposure to cyberbullying. Like my colleagues at other schools, Breakthrough Montessori has taken a proactive approach and has already implemented a policy that prohibits the use of smartphones and other personal internet-enabled devices by students during the school day. We have also extended our policies to school-sponsored activities like after-school clubs, field trips, and even overnight school trips. This policy is outlined on our website, and we will review it with families during back-to-school night each year. For us, the main cost of implementing this policy is time. It takes a lot of time to educate families, coach staff, and reinforce expectations. However, that investment of time is still less than the investment of time that we have to direct to responding to the consequences of not having limits on student cell phone use. In previous school years, our team has estimated that up to 144 hours, or the equivalent of 21 full school days, has been spent responding to incidents of cyberbullying directly linked to student smartphone use. So we are hopeful that this legislation will strengthen our ability to enforce and normalize a distraction-free learning environment. And having the backing of the district and a consistent expectation across all public schools will empower educators and school leaders, especially when we face pushback from families. That being said, we urge the council to consider what meaningful implementation will require, and we encourage the consideration of a one-year implementation window, as well as citywide efforts by OSSI and others to engage families on the why behind this policy. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Hayden. Deidre Brown?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Deirdre Brown, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm a parent of 4 high school graduates, and my youngest son, who is on the autism spectrum, is currently in high school. As a parent leader with PAVE, I advocate for students. PAVE has not taken a position on this legislation, so today I'm speaking in my personal capacity to advocate for my son and other students like him. While I understand that the intent to minimize distractions and create a more focused learning environment, I have serious concerns of how this policy may impact students with disabilities who rely on assistive technology to access their education. When speaking about this bill, it seems that the main focus of conversation has been on cell phones. However, the bill covers many other devices, including tablets, laptops, and smartwatches. Many students with IEPs or 504 plans depend on assistive technology, such as speech-to-text software, digital recorders, or voice recognition programs to engage with their learning. Although the bill does include exceptions for students who require these devices as part of their IEP or 504 plan, in practice, ensuring that these accommodations are properly implemented presents several challenges. First, there are concerns about stigmatizing students. Students who are granted exceptions may be singled out, facing social isolation or even bullying for using devices that their peers cannot. Second, there are enforcement, compliance, and privacy issues. Teachers and administrators will be put in a difficult position having to distinguish between legitimate accommodations and policy violations, all while respecting a student's privacy. Students should not have to worry about their accommodations being amplified in front of their peers. Third, there's a risk of segregation. If students with disabilities must use the devices in separate spaces, that could directly affect the least restrictive environment requirement of federal disability laws. Four, there are mental and emotional health concerns. Some students require access to personal devices for managing health conditions, anxiety, or communicating with their caregivers. Those witnesses who insist that contact with parents during the day is a distraction are tone deaf to the needs of some students' social and emotional development. One size does not fit all which is why we have IEPs and 504 plans. Now, let me be clear, I support reducing distractions in the classroom. However, I cannot support a policy that does so at the expense of students who need those tools to learn and to support their mental and emotional health. This is why I oppose a blanket ban without proper safeguards for accessibility. Instead, I urge the council to create a balanced approach that promotes focused learning while ensuring all students, especially those with disabilities, have the accommodations that they need. Here's what I recommend to strengthen the legislation section concerning students with IEPs and 504 plans. 1, refine the policy to protect students with disabilities. Ensure there are clear guidelines to prevent stigmatizing students while guaranteeing equitable access to necessary devices. 2, provide training for educators. Schools must be equipped to properly implement accommodations under federal disability laws. And as some of the educators have testified today, they need funding, they need staffing, and they need training. 3, commit to regular policy review and adjustments. Gather feedback from students, parents, and disability rights organizations to assess the policy's impact and make necessary changes. Another expert today testified that we should be collecting data and reevaluating. I agree. And 4, ensure transparent communication with families. Parents should have a clear understanding of how the policy will accommodate students with disabilities and meet the legal requirement of providing FAPE. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, and I urge you to consider these concerns as you move forward with this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ashley Ruff.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Pinto, Louis George, and all other members present. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ashley Ruff, and I'm a DC PAVE parent leader. I'm also an advocate for children with special needs and an elected ANC commissioner in Ward 7. Please note that I'm speaking in my own capacity and not for PAVE. I'm here to express both my support and my concerns regarding the new wireless communication device bill, particularly as it relates to students with disabilities and those individualized education programs, IEPs. I appreciate the bill's effort to provide clear guidelines on the use of wireless communication devices in school, ensuring that the technology is used for educational purposes while limiting distractions. I also commend the inclusion of provisions that allow students to access their devices in emergencies and for health management. However, I urge the council to strengthen the language to explicitly address the needs of special education students, as they are often left out of the broader policy discussions. While the bill states that no to the wireless device, it is part of their IEP or to accommodate a disability. It does not specify how schools will ensure equitable access or what safeguards will be in place to prevent the marginalization of students who rely on these devices. Many students with disabilities use assistive technology communications devices or other digital tools as essential supports, not just for learning, but for navigating their daily school experience. Without clear implementation guidelines, there's a risk that students who require these tools will face unnecessary barriers or inconsistent enforcement across schools. Additionally, the bill provides for storage of wireless communication devices during the school day, but it does not outline how expectations will be handled for students with disabilities who may need continuous access. For students who use text-to-speech applications, adaptive communication devices, or mobile tools to support executive functioning, storage can mean unnecessary disruptions to their ability to engage in class. Furthermore, while the bill encourages LEAs to involve parents and students in developing their policy, it does not explicitly require them to consult with special education experts or disability advocates. It is critical that families of students with IEPs, as well as educators who specialize in special education, be included in policy development to ensure these guidelines do not unintentionally exclude or disadvantage the students who need support the most. I urge council to amend the bill to number 1, require LEAs to include special education representatives in development of wireless device policies to ensure students with disabilities are properly accommodated. Number 2, specify how schools will ensure assistive technology and communication devices are accessible without unnecessary restrictions or disruptions. 3, provide clear enforcement guidelines that prevent students with disabilities from facing disciplinary actions or exclusion from the classroom due to misunderstandings about their device use. As an advocate, educator, and mother, I know firsthand that policies are only as effective as their implementation. Without explicit guidance on special education accommodations, we risk creating a system that unintentionally penalizes the very students who rely on these tools for their education and well-being. I thank Councilmember Pinto and the co-sponsors for introducing this bill and urge the council to ensure that it fully meets the needs of all students, particularly those with disabilities. I look forward to working with you to refine this policy so that it truly serves every child in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruff. Thank you to each of the witnesses. Ms. Kine, as the youngest testifier in this group, let me just say your testimony was very clear and helpful. However, we don't have a copy of it. If you would submit a copy, please. And Ms. Brown, Deidre Brown and Ashley Ruff, we don't have copies of your testimony. If you would provide that, please. I have one question from Ms. Prokop. You said in your testimony that under current procedures, students turn in their cell phones at the beginning of the school day and they are stored securely until dismissal. Could you say a little bit more about your process?
Absolutely. So as students come in the door, we have cell phone bins in a cart that are labeled by their cohort. So our students all kind of travel in a cohort. They place their cell phone in that bin. The cohorts are separated by grade level, and they either go to breakfast or prepare for their first class. Students who arrive later than our normal arrival time, there's separate bins at the front door for them that is also separated by grade level, and their phones are stored there.
And then at the end of the day,
At the end of the day, that cart is moved to, because our school students are on, the grade levels are on different floors. So sixth grade is on the fourth floor, seventh grade is on the third floor, eighth grade is on the second floor. And the cart that holds the bins is taken to the floor, and based on the cohort the student is in, their cell phone bin is taken to their classroom and they're distributed before they leave the building.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Just to take a minute or so. Thank you to Ms. Brown and Ms. Ruff for lifting up the issues around children with disabilities. Really critical. It is the intention of the legislation to be sensitive on those issues, but it's helpful to have them raised up constantly so that we make sure that in implementation, we do it properly. We've had testimony from lots of people, from experts and principals and advocates and teachers. Ms. Kine, really great to hear from a student. I have to say, a point that you raised, which is a student's perspective and really helpful, was the idea that when you were in seventh grade and you didn't have a cell phone and you didn't feel left out because you didn't have a cell phone and other people did. And it puts me back in when I was in middle school and thinking about that. The biggest goal here is to, frankly, keep children away from cell phones as long as we can. And so getting away from having peer pressure inside of a school to have a cell phone because everybody else does is yet another reason to be implementing this policy. So thank you for raising that up. I'll also say, youngest person coming to testify, you really stuck the landing. Most of our witnesses think of 3 minutes as a guideline, a suggestion. You came in at 2 minutes, 57 seconds, so thank you very much.
No, it's not a good time. Let me call you back. Thanks. Bye. Cell phones are distracting. Thank you all for your testimony. You all are excused. And I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. I believe all or almost all of them are with the Young Women's Project. Shahad Mohildin, Avani Patel, Taylor Joyner, Sydney Ing, Nora Barano, Addison Blosser, Riley Gale, Ashley Narciso, Narciso. Ayaminda Miller, Nigel Lavelle, Kiamora Bennett, Janice Speaks McNeil, Maidat Quiros, Mela Acefa. Phoenix, it's listed here as Phoenix. Farah Sabir. Makaya Pinero, Pineyro, Pinero. Sophie Gibrawat. Sorry for mispronouncing. David Armando. Hila Pratt. Denise or Dennis Flores. We'll stop there. I'm going to repeat names even though I believe the first three are not here. Shahad Mohildin, Avani Patel, Taylor Joyner, Sydney Ing. I'm going to keep moving if you don't identify yourself, Miss Ing. I see that you're here virtually. Please proceed. I assume you're looking for the unmuting button. It's usually the lower left on the screen. All right, now you look frozen. All right, I'm going to keep moving. Nora Burano.
Hello.
Please proceed. And then I'll come back to Miss Ing. Ms. Burano, please proceed.
Good morning, Chair Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nora Baranro. I am a 10th grader at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. I live in Ward 8 and I am passionate about education and public health in the future. I aspire to be a surgeon and advocate for policies that improve well-being of individuals. I am here today to express my support for the restriction of cell phone use in classrooms as proposed by the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act. Cell phones contribute to distractions and decreased academic performances and even social conflicts that impact students' mental health. However, I believe that an outright ban is not the best solution. There are important safety and personal reasons why students may need access to their cell phones during the school day, but instead of a full ban, I urge the council to adopt a balanced policy that allows use strictly for emergencies and necessary academic purposes while enforcing clear guidelines to limit distractions. Cell phones are more than just distractions, they are lifelines for students. Many of us rely on them to communicate with family and ensure our safety. For example, I take public transportation to and from school every day. My parents expect me to check in and arrive safely when I am to and on my way home. A complete ban on phone would limit my ability to communicate in emergencies or ensure my safety while traveling. Beyond safety, phones are also essentials for schoolwork, and DCPS provide working laptops to all students, but not everybody has reliable access. And I have personally experienced times where my school laptop wasn't working and my phone was the only way for me to complete assignments. At the same time, I understand the need for restrictions. I've seen classmates scrolling through social media, watching videos, and texting when they need to be paying attention in class. Phone misuse can cause distractions, disrupt learning, and contribute to issues like cyberbullying and social conflicts. However, banning phones isn't the best answer. Therefore, there needs to be a clear, balanced policy that allows students to use phones when necessary but prevents unnecessary distractions. I support the restriction of phones during class time to prevent these distractions, encouraging students to focus in-person learning rather than social media, and creating a consistent rule that applies to all DCPS public charter schools that are treated fairly regardless of where they attend. A policy like this will ensure that students can focus on learning while still having access to their phones for emergencies and academic needs. Thank you for your time and consideration on my student perspective, and I support the phone restriction of distractions.
Thank you, Ms. Barano. Sydney Ing, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, I am. Thank
I
you.
hear you. Great.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Sydney Inge, and I am a ninth grader at Coolidge. 1 second. I'm a youth advocate at the Youth Women's Project, and I think students should be allowed to have their phones in school. Phones can help us stay organized, do research, and contact family members in emergencies. If phones are taken away, it may be harder for us to use them for good reasons. For example, if something happens at home and a student needs to reach their parents, they can't always rely on the school to make that call quickly. Also, many students use their phone to set reminders for assignments, track their schedules, and stay on top of their work. Without phones, it's harder to stay organized and manage times. Some people say phones are too distracting, but if teachers make clear rules about when and how we can use them, it wouldn't be a problem. Phones can actually help with classwork and let us use helpful apps. For example, some apps can help us with math problems, language learning, or even note taking. If you learn how to use them responsibly, they won't get in the way of learning. Teachers could also create lessons that show us how to balance phone use with staying focused in class. This way, we learn skills that will help us in high school, college, and beyond. A good idea would be to let students use their phones only at certain times, like during breaks or for class activities. Phones could also teach us how to manage our phone time better. They could hold workshops or include lessons on how to avoid distractions, use helpful apps, and stay focused. This way, we learn how to use phones in a smart way and stay ready for the real world where technology is everywhere. Teaching us how to manage our phones instead of taking them away gives us the chance to build good habits and become more responsible. Thank you for the opportunity to let me present.
Thank you, Ms. Ing. Addison Blosser.
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Addison Blosser. I'm a freshman at Jackson Reed. I'm a youth advocate for the Young Women's Project, and I wish to state my views on behalf of my fellow students to give light to my and many others' views. Phones are a vital part of life these days, whether you want it to be or not. Parents use it to track their kids to ensure their well-being. Students use Apple Pay to buy food, contact parents during emergencies, check bus times, or to communicate for clubs. During my 8th grade year, I used my phone after receiving an injury that still affects me today. I had injured my hip and could barely walk, so I called my dad and arranged an urgent care appointment. I had to do this because the nurse sometimes doesn't contact parents, so I was forced to rely on myself to get the medical support I needed. Additionally, since school shootings have been increasingly common, both my parents and I think it is vital we have our devices during these stressful times to ensure each other's safety. Another issue with the legislation is that some teachers have students use their phones to access material. To access material which is blocked on many school devices. Many teachers would have to change their lesson plans to accommodate for this loss of access. One issue not addressed by this legislation is what happens when phone bans are stored at the school and then lost. As you heard previously from my friend Liam Kessman, Certain methods that were used to hold phones at Hardy Middle School caused him to lose his phone and have financial losses, which were around $720. I was also a temporary victim of this, although I got mine back after an hour and a half of searching. While I agree that studies say that having a phone can be a distraction, an outright ban would do more harm than good. Confiscation of phones for the full school day will cause greater stress for all parties. If you really care about the students and families of the city, then you would know that an outright ban is not a beneficial solution. Instead, have the teachers choose between these two solutions. For one solution, if classes don't want students to have their phones, then they can have bins at the front of the classroom and pick them up themselves as they leave, so this won't take up too much class time. This is currently implemented in my English class and is quite effective. Or if teachers want to limit the use but also occasionally use it for class, there could be bins at each table, since teachers often have groups, to hold phones when not in use, and students could grab them if needed. This is equally effective and is currently in my geography class. Not only will these solutions solve the problems, but allow parents, students, and teachers peace of mind. Additionally, between lines 45 and 46 of the phrase, except as provided in paragraphs 2 through 5, this subsection prohibits a student from possessing a personal wireless communication device during the full school day, should be changed to during instruction time, which allows students to access devices while not interrupting learning. Next, we would like to see two other additions. First, for any phone that is lost or misplaced by a school, the school system should replace the phones for a student. Next, remove line 39, laptop computer. Many youth bring their own laptop computers to school and do not need sometimes school computers don't always work, which would interfere with youth's ability to do their own work. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Blosser. And you expanded your testimony beyond what we had. So if you could resubmit with the additional suggestions. Thank you. Riley Gale.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Committee of a Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Riley Gale, and I'm currently a senior at School Without Walls. I joined the Young Women's Project in September of my senior year as a youth advocate. The organization helps build leadership within the youth and provide us with the necessary knowledge and skills to address issues facing our community. I am testifying today to recommend changes to the heads-up legislation, express my disapproval, and bring attention to the needs of students' phones in DC public schools. At my school, prior to entering class, students put their phones in a cubby at the classroom's front door. Students are not allowed to use their phones during the class period unless teachers give us permission. I like the current policy my school has because it does limit distractions but also keeps phones in students' eyesight, which allows them to feel more secure. It's important for students to have their phones with them at the school for a variety of reasons. One, being able to use hotspots. Sometimes school Wi-Fi can be unreliable and it's necessary for students to be able to easily access their phones so they can connect their devices to a hotspot and complete work. Outside the classroom, such as during lunch, I know many students like to get a head start on homework. Since lunch is not considered instructional time, cell phones would be prohibited to be used during lunch, which for some students can cause them to fall behind in homework or not be able to use their time productively. In the instance that internet is unstable during lunch hours, it would be beneficial for students to have their cell phones on standby to connect to a hotspot. Another reason is being able to contact individuals such as parents during unplanned events, such as last-minute games and practices that were scheduled mid-school day. There have been many instances during the school year where I've had to contact my parents due to last-minute practices. The legislation does allow for emergency use, but the legislation does allow for emergency use, but I don't know if teachers or administration will view this as a valid emergency to be able to access my phone during the school day. This also opens the question of what is considered a valid enough emergency to have phone access. Students and administration can have different definitions of what an emergency is, which can create conflict. I agree with the statement in the legislation that states the non-academic use of internet-connected devices like cell phones during the school day interrupts concentration. I strongly believe that if cell phones are such a distraction to students during instructional time, then the prohibition of cell phones should be strictly during instructional times rather than during the school day. Therefore, in the legislation, when stating where the prohibition of cell phones will be restricted to, I will replace during the school day to specify that the prohibition is specifically for during instructional times. I also agree with line 73 and 75 that talks about the publication of cell phone ban prior to the 2025-2026 school year. I think it's important that if schools are going to ban phones, at least parents and students know about the policy and are able to plan accordingly. I disagree with line 66 that says an authorized individual will monitor our devices. That makes someone else responsible for personal items and can lead to the devices getting lost, which can create conflict in the school atmosphere. Another part of legislation I disagree with is lines 55 and 56 that says that students can be granted access to their phones by administration during health concerns or emergencies. In the midst of an emergency, asking for permission to use cellular devices can be inconvenient. Adding on, students may not feel comfortable letting their teachers know about their health concerns or emergencies, and therefore should not be required to just be able to access their phones during the school day. I thank you for your time and my opportunity to express my views.
Thank you, Ms. Gale. Ashley Narciso?
Hello,
Please
Committee of the
proceed.
Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ashley Narciso, and I'm a Ward 3 DC resident, and I'm a senior at Jackson Reed High School. I joined the Young Women's Project organization in December 2024, and YWP is an organization that builds the leadership of youth to solve community problems. I can tell YWP is dedicated and hardworking to change what needs to be changed. I'm here today to testify on the Heads Up legislation. I'm not in favor of passing this legislation as is. Several changes need to be made in order to account for the responsibilities and safety of young people. Thankfully, Jackson Reed hasn't been too strict with phones, but if the ban is allowed, everyone's lives would be affected. There's so many reasons to why phones should be allowed in school. The first reason is safety. Unfortunately, school shootings have been frequent and many kids have died due to guns. If you take away our phones, we won't be able to call for safety or check for updates on the situation. But it's not even for safety purposes, but if our family has important information that we must know, we wouldn't be able to access our phones if they were taken. Ranging from appointments to family emergencies, having our phones is extremely important. Second reason is using the apps on our phones. Sometimes our laptops lack the websites that our phones could access. For research purposes, we need certain websites that our laptops have blocked. Also, ordering food if we don't have lunch. There's so many times when I forgot to pack a lunch or wasn't enough that I had to use my phone to order food. There are many organizations/school apps that can increase productivity like calendar or to-do apps, but overall having your phone in school is helpful in many different ways. I agree that phones shouldn't be used in class unless it is a free period or the teacher requests it, as it can disturb our education and can affect our focus. But banning phones for the full school day is extreme. I also agree with the fact of using our personal devices for educational purposes, like I mentioned before, as laptop websites can be blocked. Instead of having someone guard our phones, which I don't think anyone would appreciate, phones should still be kept in classrooms for easy access. YWP youth advocates have 3 recommendations for changes in this legislation. First, line 28, full school day should be changed to classroom instructional time. Next, we would like to see 2 additions. First, for any phone that is lost or misplaced by school, the school system should replace the phone for the student. Next, remove line 39, laptop computer. Many youth bring their own laptop computers to do schoolwork because the school computers do not always work, and so this provision would interfere with youth's ability to do their own work. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take these recommendations into consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Ayominde Miller? I understand she's not accepting, so I'll keep moving. Johnny, I believe Nigel Lavelle is here. Please proceed.
Hello, council members. Can I go next? It's an
I
emergency.
cannot hear you very well.
My bad, sir. Can I go next? I'm in an emergency right now.
I'll come back to you. I believe Kiamora Bennett is not here.
Hello, I'm Nigel. Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nigel Lavelle Jr., and I am a Ward 4 resident. I am a rising senior at Phelps Hayes High School, and I am a part of the National Honor Society, which I've been doing since sophomore year. National Honor Society program recognizes and encourages students like myself who show excellence, leadership, and character. I've been a peer educator and sexual mental health advocate with the Young Women's Project, YWP, since September 2022. The Young Women's Project is an organization that builds the leadership of youth to solve community problems. High school students should have their phones in school for educational purposes, as they can access learning apps, research tools, and online resources. Phones also help with organization by managing schedules, assignments, and reminders. Additionally, they can provide communication for safety emergencies. DCPS students could benefit from having access to cell phones for educational purposes. For example, students can use their phone for resources, since most of the websites on the computer are blocked. Transportation can be unpredictable. Students may need to communicate with friends or family regarding rides home or changes in public transport. Having a phone helps facilitate these communications seamlessly. In conclusion, allowing DCPS students to have their cell phones in school could provide valuable educational tools such as access to learning apps, research materials, and interactive resources that enhance the learning experience. These devices also offer a direct line of communication between students and their families, ensuring safety and quick contact in emergencies. In addition, cooperating cell phones into school environment helps students build essential digital literacy skills, preparing them for future careers in an increasingly technology-driven world. With the proper regulations in place, cell phones can be used responsibly to support academic success and foster a productive learning atmosphere. Overall, when managed well, cell phones can be a powerful resource that contributes positively to both education and student well-being.
Thank you very much. Ayaminde Miller, are you here?
Yes, thank you so much for allowing me to do the emergency. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ayaminde Miller. I am a junior at Phelps Chase High School. I've been a part of the YWP Young Women's Project since 2022. 2022. The Young Women's Project is an organization that builds the leadership of youth to solve community problems. Today, I'm here to talk about the cell phone bill. Student often needs to communicate with their families throughout the school day. This can include notifying parents about transportation plans and asking for homework and assistance, or simply checking in. For example, if a student has an after-school activity that requires a change in pickup time, having a phone allows them to inform their parents quickly. Many students also have medical appointments during the school day that require students to stay in contact with parents or guardians. A cell phone allows them to manage these appointments effectively without disturbing their education significantly. Also, transportation can be unpredictable. If there was a ban on cell phone use at my school, it would significantly affect my ability to manage responsibilities outside of class. I often rely on my phone for various tasks, such as coordinating with my family about pickup times, staying informed about any homework, and looking at my schedule on the calendar app. Without my cell phone, I would feel disconnected and I would feel potentially unsafe when trying to return home. My friends experienced similar challenges if their cell phone was removed. Many of them rely on their phone for communication, but also accessing educational resources like online studying material, group chats related to classwork. A ban can hinder our collaborative efforts and make it more difficult for us to support each other academically. I support the fact that reducing cell phone time within class can improve student math and reading scores, though we can achieve this by removing phones in class, not just within the school building. While yes, phones have been linked with negative effects, there are also positive benefits like while yes, cell phones have negative effects like causing fights, mental health issues, and negative thoughts, there are some positive benefits that cell phones bring, which is forming new connections, making friends, and empowering other people to do better. A new legislation could be cell phones should be taken away during class time, though students should be able to use it within any other time of school. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take my testimony and the other people's testimonies into consideration. Thank you so much, Chairman Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Kiamora Bennett, I believe, is not here. Janice Speaks McNeil.
Hello, my name is Johnny Stickrick Neal, and I go to Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. As a 10th grader, I live in Ward 5. I am a part of a STEP team in the SAC Student Advisory Committee. I went to the 10th College in the future for psychology, working with kids and mental health is why I'm interested in working in the Young Women's Project. Also, working in YWP helps me realize how much school does not pay attention to how kids feel physically and mentally. I'm here today to testify on the Heads Up Act and talk about my experience with phones in school. The phone policy at Banneker works like this. In Banneker, we walk inside the building and sign in. Then we have to put our phones in phone lockers. The small lockers are small and some lockers are on the floor. It is hard for kids to put their phones up easily. Then after we have to put our phones and go through the security process. But this whole morning process takes about 15 to 20 minutes in the morning. Students have to put their phones in the beginning of the day before they go through security. This is a very long process to get into the school in the morning because the kids have to stop, put their phones up, and have to go through security and log into the computer. Then in the afternoon, it is crowded because the kids are everywhere trying to get their phone lockers unlocked from all sorts of heights. By having our phones in school, we will be able to leave school faster, but also get inside the school faster for when we have like tests. Having out phones in school would make having better internet access to things that we need in class. It's important to have their phones because of many reasons. Personally, not having my phone struggled due to a lack of communication with my mom and not having access to websites that our teachers give us for classwork or homework that are blocked on our school computers. When going to school, it takes a long time due to traffic. So when I get to school, it's hard for my mom to know that I am in school because I have to put my phone up in a locker as soon as I walk in. This makes it very hard for my mom to know that I am safe. Some recommendations. Number one, have students bring their phones to class, but into the class so they will put their phone up. Teachers should have their own way of controlling phones and how they're putting them up in class. The students should put their phones up half of the day and receive their phones after lunch. Make sure all teachers can take phones and headphones out of class the last 2 or 3 minutes. They should get their phone back. And if someone tries to take their phone, the teacher should contact the AP. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take these recommendations into consideration.
Thank you very much. Maydat Kuros, I believe is not here. Milat Asifa,
Hello, my name is Malat Asefa, and I am a 15-year-old and sophomore at School Without Walls High School. I live in Ward 4, DC, and beyond my academics, I am deeply involved within my community. I serve as a teacher's aide at a local church, participate within the Ethiopian Culture Club, volunteer at animal shelters, and shadow doctors at various hospitals. In the future, I plan to attend college as a pre-med student to become a doctor in the field of surgery and neuroscience. I'm a youth advocate within the YWP because I believe in using my voice to create meaningful change for students and young people within our society today. Today, I am testifying to bring to the attention of the issue of the phone bans in schools. Having phones in schools is more than a convenience. It's about safety, communication, and resources. As a busy student, I rely on my phone to connect with family, manage commitments, and ensure my safety daily. My school often has Wi-Fi issues, hindering our accessibility to online assignments without personal devices. And our ability to use devices has led to more efficiency within the classrooms. In classes that are located within the basement of my school, Wi-Fi issues tend to be worse. So classes like AP Art History, which I take, I often need to use my phone for readings and various assignments. Teachers also use online platforms, so phone restrictions could create learning barriers. Beyond academics, safety is a major concern. When I was a former student at Allendale Middle School, there was a shooting just one block away from the school. In moments like that, being able to contact parents is crucial, not only for reassurance, but also for making safe decisions. At the time, my mom didn't even know what was happening, and not being able to communicate with her made the situation even scarier. A phone ban would leave students feeling vulnerable in emergencies, unable to check with their families when it matters the most. A ban would disrupt this balance, taking away to phones does not solve the issue of distractions. It only creates more stress and leaves students without an important lifeline. Thank you for considering my testimony, Chairman Mendelson and other advocacy members.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe Phoenix is not here. Farrar Sabir is not here. Micaiah Pinero is not here. Sophie Gebrawat.
Hello, Chair Mendelson and members of the Committee on the Whole. Thank you for taking the time to consider my testimony. My name is Sophie Gebrahiwat. I live in Ward 5, and I'm a junior at School Without Walls, where I'm a co-leader of the Collaborative Writers Club and a member of the STEAM Club. After high school, I plan to obtain a bachelor's degree in a STEM subject and use it to make a positive difference in people's lives. At the beginning of the school year, I joined the mental health team of the Young Women's Project, a nonprofit that informs and empowers DC youth. I'm here today to testify in support of changes to the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act. Students should be able to access their phones in school to communicate with their peers, family, and friends in various situations. For example, School Without Walls allows students to eat lunch off campus, so I think it's very important that students have access to their phones during that time, both to keep in contact with friends and for safety reasons. Personally, I have used my phone during lunch to communicate with members of my club about after-school meetings. Additionally, many students might need their phones to communicate with family members when having to be picked up early from school. Furthermore, many websites are blocked on DCPS computers that might be needed for schoolwork, such as YouTube videos explaining concepts, and the internet is not always reliable. At my school, students have sometimes had to use hotspots or complete work on their phones, so occasionally cell phones might be necessary in order to complete assignments. Also, School Without Walls students have to complete a senior project during their senior year and present their project to other students during class. Many students have QR codes as part of their work that need to be scanned in order to prove that students have seen their project, in which case access to phones is also important. Overall, banning cell phone use throughout the school day would decrease efficiency and communication for many students. While I agree that cell phones should still be put away during class to maximize focus, students do need to access their phones outside of class in order to communicate and complete certain work. Instead of a complete ban on any cell phone use throughout the school day, I would suggest building upon the existing policy of restricted cell phone use during class by implementing a specific rule such as mandating that phones should be out of sight unless the student has permission from their teacher. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. David Armando,
Hello.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, council members and members of the Council of the Whole. I appreciate your permission to testify today. My name is David Armando, and I am 16 years old and a resident of Ward 5. I am a 10th grader at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School, where I am involved in gardening club, Spanish Honor Society, debate club, and crochet club. In the future, I plan to attend Stanford University and study physiology. I am a youth advocate at the Young Zoomers Project as well. I believe it is necessary that I use my voice to advocate for changing policies that impact students like myself. Today, I am testifying regarding the Heads Up Direction Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025 so that we may present concerns students have had with this bill and push forward for policies capable of eliminating distractions without jeopardizing student safety and accessibility. Although I understand the intention behind the limiting distractions, students do need access to their cell phones for certain essential functions. Phones are required for communication with family, work accessibility, and even homework. Personally, I use my phone to organize my transportation, check in with my family, and get work out of any schedule changes. This is a crisis such as unsafe public transportation or health issues. My phone is my sole savior. In addition, I also have to employ my phone to complete homeworks when my school issue computer wasn't available or functioning properly. Not everyone has access to reliable school supply technology, so our phones are required to research and complete homework. An outright ban on phones use would create undue hardships for students and like me and my friends. I support my improvement of student focus. I believe this bill needs to be adjusted to allow more moderate solutions. Especially, I recommend restating from full school day to during class time to allow students use of their devices during and after school, lunch, and in case of emergencies. A student public health advisory board should also be established to provide suggestions on how policy can be executed. Schools are also needed to create a solid, efficient system of safety, storing, and returning phones to students so that phones do not get lost or damaged. Finally, addressing online issues like students' mental health, active curricula, and classroom support need to be given priority along with this phone policy to actually have a positive impact on academic performance. YWP Youth Advocates have 3 recommendations for changing in this legislation. First, line 28 full school day should
You're
be
going to
changed
run
to
out of time here, so I'm going to cut you off. Sorry about that, but I do have a copy of your statement. So Thank you. I
Okay. Have a
think I
nice
had
afternoon.
indicated earlier, if you're in gallery view, there's a clock and you can see the time. Let me call Ela Pratt, I believe is not here, and Dennis Flores, or Denise Flores, I believe is not here. So that's going to complete the testimony from all of these witnesses. I believe everybody who testified did submit a copy of their statement. So we have that for the record. Thank you all very much. You're excused. I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. Deb Schmill, Sana Evans, Masa Jakovlevich, Ty Johnson, Zanab Dembel, Phoenix Sims, Abby Tucker, Anderlyn Mata, Mary Zenger, a fellow with the DC Justice Lab, Amaratu Kamara, Sheila Malavi, Rosalind Lake, Sarah Elamahawk, Elijah Gold Moritz, Liam Kessman, Michael Sigrist, Tan Liu, teacher at Bard High School, Peyton Persinger, Keenan Parker, Michaela Chang, Denise Jefferson, Leah Anderson, Anna Rodriguez, Kiana Lamons, Ty Andrews, Laura Fitzgerald, Carolyn Bowen, I think I'll leave it right there. I'm going to repeat names, even though I believe a number of the folks are not here. Deb Schmill, I believe, is not here. Sana Evans, I believe, is not here. Masa Jakovlevich, he was not here. Kai Johnson, I believe, is not here. Zanab Dembel, I believe, is here. Zanab Dembel, you're going to lose your opportunity.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Please, very quietly, but please proceed.
All right, good afternoon, members of the Committee of the Whole. Firstly, I would like to start off by thanking you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Zainab Dembele, and I'm a Ward 4 DC resident. I am a sophomore at School Without Walls, and I'm also a part of numerous clubs at Walls, such as BSU, the Monthly Club, and German Club. I'm a youth advocate at the Young Women's Program, which aims to solve problems that students face here in DC, and I'm testifying today about the Heads Up legislation and the needs of young people to continue to access their phones. I believe that DCPS students, particularly those in high school, should continue to be able to access their phones at school. While I do recognize that phones should not be utilized in class, it is still important that students have access to their phones during the appropriate times. In addition to this, my main concern is the safety of students in the case of an emergency and the lack of communication they would have with their parents if they did not have access to their phones. In my middle school, we had no access to our phones whatsoever throughout the day. And one day in particular, when I was in 8th grade, we had a lockdown due to a shooting at our school campus. And I will never forget that day. My classmates and I were instructed to huddle around a corner, and we were all so scared. And the one thing we were concerned about was that we had no communication with our parents and loved ones. And I believe that no student should ever have to experience that, and no parent should ever be concerned about the safety of their child while having no communication with them. I strongly agree with the need for immediate action regarding the low test scores of students in DC. However, I do not support the idea that a full prohibition of phones in DCPS is the most effective solution. During class time, phones should be kept by teachers or put into assigned phone pockets in each classroom so that students can remain focused in class while still having access to their phones during recreational time, such as lunch. This way, students can engage with their teachers and other students. The concerns regarding the safety and communication among students and their parents or guardians would also be addressed with this reformation. I believe that you should also take the time to connect with the community and students which will be affected by this policy, because intelligence is subjective. So instead of simply looking at objective things such as standardized test scores, we should take the time to actually talk to students and really understand which problems are directly affecting our learning. Thank you for your time, and I really do hope you take my ideas into consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Phoenix Sims, Abby Tucker, Anderlyn Mata.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee on Health. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Anderlyn Mata, and I am a Ward 3 DC resident. I'm a freshman at Jackson Reed High School. I have been a peer educator with the YWP since December 2024. The Young Women's Project is an organization that builds the leadership of youth to solve community problems. We really appreciate your support. I'm here to testify on the Heads Up legislation. I'm not in favor of moving forward with this legislation as it is currently written. I do agree that youth should not be using their phones for socializing or entertainment in class. However, in my experience, there are many times when I have to use my phone for my classwork. This is because in many cases, websites might be blocked or my computer is died and I was not provided with a charger. A phone ban would impact me and many of my peers negatively because we might use music as a way to relax, especially during many stressful things such as tests. It is also important that students have their phone during times of relaxation, of course, during break times or during lunch. Me and my friends, for example, would play a game during lunch and we'd talk about the teachers and socialize. And going back to the point where we talked about things being blocked, in one of my computer science classes, we had to use a website called pythonanywhere.com, which would give us easy access to the Python coding engine. And our teacher allowed us to use our phones as long as we use it for class purposes. And this worked really well, especially since she kept monitoring and making sure that everyone was actually using them for educational purposes only. Some specific changes I would say need to be implemented for the legislation were in line 50, or I agree where it talks about line 50, where an educator will allow a student to use a wireless communication device for educational purposes, because now they can, get through blocked websites and other things. Another one is lines 33 through 75, 73 through 75, where it mentions the publication of the policy. So if the public policy were to be implemented, everyone would be able to know. Another agreement I have is line 64, where there's appropriate storage for phones, because if there's not somewhere you can actually put your phone, then it might get lost easily. In contrast, some of the things I disagree with were lines 45 through 46, where the mention of prohibiting a student from possessing a wireless communication device during the full school day. I believe that could negatively impact us, as mentioned earlier. Another disagreement I have is lines 50 through 57, where the authorization of a student being able to use their phone in case of a medical emergency, because that the students would have to ask permission and get up, especially it might be a serious medical emergency, like someone might be having like a panic attack or an asthma attack or other serious medical emergencies, which they would need like immediate attention. And a solution for this would be able, like if the students are visibly in some sort of distress, that they'd be able to simply go up, grab their phones, or figure out something else to do. But I would say their phones, like just in case.
I'm going to cut you off. I have your statement, and I want to thank you for it.
All right.
If any of you are in gallery view, you should be able to see the clock, and testimony is limited to 3 minutes. Mary Zenger, I believe, is not here. Emiratu Kamara.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Yeah. Hold on. Give me
Please proceed.
okay. Hello. Oop, hello. Okay. Um, Good afternoon, council members and council member Pinto. Um, Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Amirta Kumara, and I'm 15 years old. I live in Ward 1 and currently attend Benjamin Banneker Academic High School, where I am a sophomore. I aspire to pursue a career in medicine as an anesthesiologist and hope to explore entrepreneurial opportunities as well. I am also proud to be an advocate with Young Women's Project, an organization dedicated to empowering youth to tackle mental health and other critical issues in their community. I became a youth advocate with Young Women's Project because I believe in using my voice to create meaningful change in policies that impact students. Today, I'm testifying to assess the proposed ban on phone use in schools. While I understand the intent of this bill, while I understand the intent of this bill is to improve students' focus and academic performances, and as someone who already attends a school with restrictions, I believe it overlooks important it overlooks important issues related to accessibility, safety, and equality. Um, Phones are more than just distractions. They're essential tools that students rely on for communication, transportation coordination, and academic work. I often use my phone to stay in touch with my family, especially when babysitting my younger sibling, managing my extracurriculars, or handling urgent situations. Many students also use their phones for classwork when school provided laptops are unavailable or malfunctioning. Additionally, students who travel long distances to school need their phones for safety reasons. A complete ban would make it difficult for students to manage their responsibilities and could create unnecessary stress. Instead of eliminating phone access altogether, the policy should focus on limiting distractions during class while still allowing students to access their devices when needed. To address these concerns, I recommend modifying the policy to prohibit phone usage only during instructional time while allowing access during breaks, lunch, and in case of emergencies. Schools should also implement a secure and efficient phone storage system. Some already have individual lockers for students to store their phones in. Lastly, I urge the council to involve students in shaping this policy and creating a student advisory board will create an input on its implementation. Rather than focusing solely on restricting phone use, we should also invest in engaging methods, mental health resources, and conflict resolution programs to address the root of distraction. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I hope you consider these recommendations to create a balanced and effective policy.
Thank you, Ms. Kamara. Sheila Malavi.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Sheila Molavi, and I want to thank the Council for giving me an opportunity to speak in support of the distraction-free learning legislation. I will not take the time allotted to me to add to the growing body of evidence that informs this bill, but simply ask why. Why, when such harms to children's learning are so well established, are we even having this debate? How many more books and studies do we need to inform us of the deep and long-term psychological and cognitive harms we are inflicting on our children by giving them access to these powerfully addictive devices, and in school no less? We knew some of these harms by 2017 when a study out of the University of Texas in Austin showed that, quote, mere presence of our smartphones results in lower cognitive performance, that simply turning off our phones didn't help, and only by putting them in another room are we better able to process and retain information better. And if you were still left wondering, Jonathan Haidt's powerful book, The Anxious Generation, based on over 10 years of research, put the issue to bed. Smartphones and digital living are addicting our children, preventing their healthy development, hurting their learning, and harming their mental well-being. By now, we know these outcomes are even worse for our underprivileged students who are more digitized than their privileged peers. Numerous studies have shown that low-income children spend far more time in front of a screen than their better-off peers and perform much worse in school. Meanwhile, we know from countless media stories that tech titans keep their own children away from these addictive digital products, famously putting them in tech-free schools and in front of books instead of screens. The poor result of last year's global test scores, the PISA scores, have also been attributed to learning harms from students' phone addiction. And if that wasn't enough, UNESCO, the world body tasked with protecting children, released its own study last year showing that it takes a young brain 20 minutes to refocus after using a smartphone and called for a global ban of phones in school. Across the United States, school districts have been implementing phone-free policies, and that number we know is only growing. In our city alone, independent schools, ranging from parochial schools to the most exclusive private schools, have moved to ban phones all the way through high school to improve focus on learning. So I ask, don't the students of our city deserve the same? Are they not worthy of the same distraction-free education as their peers elsewhere? As adults, don't we have a duty to protect our children from such insidious learning and mental health harms? And are we not failing them by continuing to throw them into the arms of big tech, whose manipulative, AI-driven algorithms fast capture and addict them, exposing their young minds and souls to the most toxic content just a click away, while robbing them of developing the full power of their minds and numbing them down in the process? The path to take is very clear here. It is a path that gives our students 8 hours a day without the digital pollution that has overtaken their lives and harmed their learning and mental well-being. It is a path that you have wisely chosen to put our students first. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Malavi. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide it.
Yes, I did submit it actually several times, but I will do so again. Thank you so much.
Okay, we don't have it. What organization are you with, if you are with one?
Currently, I am homeschooling my daughter. I was with the World Bank previously, and I have a son at a school here in Washington, D.C. I'm a D.C. resident.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosalind Lake, I believe is not here. Sarah Mihalki, I believe is not here. Elijah Goldmoritz.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Elijah Goldmoritz, and I'm a Ward 4 resident. I'm a senior at Jackson Reed High School. I joined the YWP Youth Justice Campaign in June 2023, and I've worked on several youth-led campaigns. Today, I am here to testify regarding the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. While I support the goals of the legislation, the text must be rewritten in order to account for student rights and responsibilities. It is absolutely necessary for DCPS students to be able to possess their phones at school in order to adequately attend their home, work-related, and academic responsibilities. Students have transportation needs, family responsibilities like taking care of younger siblings or picking them up from school, medical appointments, work responsibilities, and more. All things that require students to be able to use their phones during the school day. Not to mention the clear safety issue presented when students need to go to and from school without any way of contacting someone in an emergency, or that there are many assignments in class that we need to use our phones for. I know I use my phone to let my parents know when I'm coming home, how I'm getting there, and if I'll need a ride. I also get important updates from my job, many of which I'm expected to acknowledge, and updates when there are changes to my wrestling schedule, so I know when and where to go to for meets and if practice is ever canceled. My examples barely scratch the surface of the genuine practical needs students have for their phones during the school day. The bottom line is that in our modern world, everyone who is active in society needs to utilize their phone during the day for a plethora of reasons, and high school students are no exception. While the legislation proposes students lock up their phones during the day, if we were to pass, what would stop schools from banning students from bringing their phones to school at all if the results weren't to their liking? While I completely recognize that many students are distracted by their cell phones when they should be learning, my primary issue with the proposed legislation is that there is no guarantee of student rights beyond the exception for IEP, emergencies, or student healthcare management. Additionally, taking students' phones during the entire school day is just not a viable option for the provided reasons. I would propose the legislation be amended to require implementation of a phone classroom ban instead of a full day ban, with exceptions given for necessary student communication. Sorry. Some of my teachers have already implemented systems where students place their phones in designated areas during class time, with considerable success in keeping students more engaged. I believe enacting a class time ban, but allowing students to keep their phones in school when they are not in class allows students to fulfill their responsibilities while providing assurances that they are not distracted during class time. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take these recommendations into consideration. Thank you.
Anna Rodriguez, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think we were having problems with our audio. Why don't you proceed?
Okay, hi. Good afternoon. My name is Ana Rodriguez, and I'm a proud parent of a ninth grader who attends McKinley Tech High School in Ward 5. I also serve as the McKinley Parent Teacher Organization President and also with PAVE Parents Amplifying Voices in Education as citywide board member of Ward 5. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm excited to share my thoughts on the importance of passing Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. We must remove cell phones from our classrooms and implement a social media literacy curriculum in our schools. My daughter is a high school student at McKinley Tech. This past Halloween, my daughter was dressed up as Garfield and headed to school. While she was in the hallway, another student came up to her and punched her in the stomach, while a different student filmed the incident. My daughter is epileptic, and the punch could have caused serious harm. When I picked up my daughter from school that day, she was more worried about the video circulating on social media than about being punched at school. This is just one example of how the proliferation of phones has led to the increase of distraction, cyberbullying, and safety concerns. By limiting cell phones use in our school, we can create learning environments that is focused on learning and not on what may be posted on social media. Not only are there only safety concerns, but certain medical conditions may be exacerbated by screen time and access to cell phones. It can be dangerous for students in certain medical conditions, such as epilepsy, to be on a screen all day or exposed to bright flashing lights. Removing cell phones from the classroom limits the exposure to the potentially harmful effects. I also appreciate that the bill asks LEAs to ensure that there is a process for students who do have medical needs that require a cell phone to have access to them throughout the day. Our students' health and safety should come first. This bill helps our school to do that. I understand safety concerns that arise when students have restricted access to their cell phones, but I urge the council to work with DCPS and DC Public Charter Schools to ensure that schools are equipped with the tools they need to keep our students safe. This means that classroom doors, locks, and bells work, and the intercom is properly functioning. Not only is this a physical safety important, but ensuring our students understand how to stay safe online, it is crucial. Students have access to social or impressionable time in their lives. They must understand that what they say and do online will follow them for the rest of their lives. Ensuring that this is a district-wide initiative aimed at increasing students' understanding of their digital footprints and equipping students with the information they need to make smart and safe decisions when they do have access to their cell phones. Keeping students safe should be top priority. Removing cell phones from the classroom, increasing digital footprint awareness helps to keep our students safe and out of the classroom. I urge the council to pass the Heads Up, the Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025 to support our students. Thank you for time in this partnership. And that is my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Liam Kessman. Liam Kessman.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Liam Kessman, and I'm a current student at Jackson Reed High School. I would like to suggest a method of personal device collection that would benefit both teachers and students. Since devices are important for students to have during the school day, a total ban would be ill-advised. Several reasons students may want their cell phones close at hand are: parents may want to know if their child is safe in case of an emergency at school. Some clubs and extracurricular activities use communication through cell phones to help organize during the school day. Some students or teachers may require cell phones to be used for instruction, as several websites and videos that are used during lessons are blocked on school devices. Websites and videos that are used during lessons are blocked on school devices. Students may want to check their cell phones between class periods, and students who dine off campus will need their phones for safety, as they will not be on school campus. A possible solution to all of these issues is keeping all phones in the classroom managed by the teacher during each class period. At the beginning of each class period, students could store their phones at the front of the classroom and collect their phones at the end of class. The benefits of this system, rather than a full day ban, are: it would make phones accessible for students to call parents or emergency services in case of an emergency, as well as providing reassurance that their cell phones are safe while in the school's custody. It would only take a few moments for students to store and collect their phones, which would not take up any class time. Students would also be able to access their phones during lunchtime, which is helpful if they choose to eat off campus. Additionally, storing phones for the duration of the class period would be a much simpler and more cost-effective solution than storing them for the whole school day and passing them back out at the end of the day. This solution benefits students as they can use their phones in between classes, teachers as phones will no longer be present in the learning environment, and DCPS as a whole because less funding will have to be spent on phone collection and storage. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Kessman. Kiana Lamons.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council members. My name is Cleona Lamont, and I'm a Ward 7 resident. All my children attend DC Public Schools. I'm here today to discuss the importance of teaching our students how to make the most of technology and the importance of not implementing policies that ban cell phones. I do not believe that we should require LEAs to implement policy prohibiting the use of other personal device during the school day. I believe cell phones and the technology play a valuable role in the educational experience of students across grade levels. They should be integrated in classrooms to elevate the learning experience of all students. Permitting students to use their phones in the classroom improve their learning experience and foster a positive relationship with technology. When used responsibly, cell phones can give users and foster a positive relationship with technology. When used responsibly, when used responsibly, cell phones can give user access to online resources, educational apps, and digital textbooks, which can enhance interactive and engaging nature of learning. Access to electronic devices can improve the student experience when used appropriately. Students should be discouraged from using their phones inappropriately during class time. If students are taught appropriate cell phone use in classroom, then this will naturally be able to allow them to handle it responsibly and having a device in class and not use them inappropriately. Appropriate use of cell phones must also be monitored by teachers and school administrators. Cell phones can also be used to communicate with peers, teachers, and encourage teamwork and prompt feedback. We can establish more cohesive, productive, and efficient learning environment by embracing technology. While I do not believe policy banning cell phones should be implemented, I do believe all students should receive an education on how to use cell phones responsibly. Students should be required to take a phone etiquette and cyberbullying prevention course in order to foster cell phone responsible phones use and digital citizenship. Students should complete these courses either prior beginning or at the beginning of the school year. Once students have completed these courses or training, they should have access to the use of their cell phones for educational purposes throughout the school day. As a parent, leader, and authority figure, we must encourage and trust in our children by giving them the opportunity to prove they're reliable and allowing them to make mistakes and rewarding good behavior. Thank you for your opportunity for testimony today. I look forward to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lamons. Ty Andrews.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ty Andrews. I'm a native Washingtonian, Ward 8 resident and mother of two DCPS students, one at Mary H. Plummer Elementary, one at McKinley Technology High. I serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education page on the citywide board and the ward base, as well as the first vice president of McKinley Tech Educational Campus and parent of the LSEPs at Plummer Elementary. I'm only going to do a brief portion of my testimony and then get straight to the point. As a product of DCPS and a parent of DCPS students, I agree that all cell phones should not be allowed in the schools during instructional time. When I was a DCPS student, those devices were not allowed. And if we brought them, we had to turn them over, do in-school suspension, or take the devices back home and return. However, I do know that times have changed and that these devices are now needed for educational purposes and instructional time during the courses. So because DCPS already provides every student at high schools with wireless devices, I think that they should be able to provide more and block sites where children share videos that are not necessary for instructional time. My oldest son was the subject of online bullying once. when he was in middle school. So I know the fear and the anguish behind it for parents in that situation. And currently at McKinley Tech, they have a wireless policy that requires all cell phones to be locked in a personal locker upon entry at the school that cannot be retrieved until the conclusion of the school day. However, they do allow students to have their phones during non-instructional class time, such as field trips and pep rallies. Each student has to purchase their lock either at the beginning of the school year, either through the school or independently. All students must have the lock specified by the school and create a lock code, and the cell phone locker is provided by the school. Some students have figured out how to sneak phones in, so the council would need to work with LEAs to ensure the effective implementation of a bill as such. Also, if this is implemented, there needs to be careful consideration of the implementation at every school level. And I've outlined some suggestions in my detailed testimony. I will submit an updated detailed one as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And I do have a copy of your statement. Laura Fitzgerald.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Pinto. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify tonight regarding the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment of 2025. My name is Laura Fitzgerald. I'm a charter school parent here in the district. And on a professional level, I'm also here tonight as a certified school administrator, having served as a principal in New York City and also as administrator here in the DMV with Fairfax County Public Schools, Montgomery County Public Schools, and also at a charter school in Ward 5. I have previously served as a board member of a charter school in Ward 7, and I'm also a citywide PLE board member with PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. I have served as an administrator in schools with cell phone bans and without cell phone bans. I have witnessed firsthand the challenges that come with attempting to enforce cell phone bans. I have also witnessed how allowing students use of their phones exclusively during lunch can also backfire. Time spent by administrators enforcing cell phone bans is time not spent in the classroom monitoring and improving instructional delivery. I believe that as adults, we need to model appropriate use of cell phones and explicitly teach students how to use them in responsible moderation. Along the same lines, I have worked in school environments that have embraced technology, and I have worked in school environments that have shunned technology. And in my professional experience, I believe we can and we should teach our young people how to use technology responsibly within the context of the school day. Technology can be a source of excitement and innovative learning for students and teachers alike. A technology-focused school climate and culture allows students the opportunity to engage in all phases of the design learning process, including empathizing, defining, ideating, prototyping, and testing new ideas, rather than just simply consuming technology that's already commercially available. We need to help students see their cell phone as a tool rather than a device to consume content, and content that we all know far too often is inappropriate for minors. Over the past 10 years as a school administrator, I have witnessed the harmful effects of social media on the school environment, not just here in Washington, D.C., but as I mentioned, in every school community where I
She froze.
become victims of sexual predators. I have had parents in my office crying because they needed help removing sexually explicit footage involving their children from social media, while others cried because video footage of their children getting physically assaulted on the public bus on their way to school was circulating on social media. A cell phone ban in the school environment does not prevent any of these incidents from happening, nor do cell phone bans prevent this footage from being distributed across social media. School administrators need legislative muscle beyond the school walls, working to hold the distributors of this awful footage accountable, such as the Take It Down Act, which is currently making its way through Congress. Social media platforms and influencers should not be able to distribute and profit off of video footage of minors being harmed. A cell phone ban in the school environment does not address the actual problem that we have at hand, which is violence in our schools and violence in our greater society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. Carolyn Bowen.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Carolyn Bowen. I'm a Ward 7 resident, parent of 2 children that attend Payne Elementary School and Elliott Hine Middle School. I'm also a parent leader with PAVE as well as a member of the Elliott Hine and Payne parent organizations and a former educator myself. Thank you for letting me testify. I'm excited to share my support for this legislation. I strongly support and hope DC follows in the footsteps of other states and nations that have already instituted similar policies. I've seen firsthand the benefits of a cell phone ban because a lot of the public middle schools already have such a policy, but I think it would be helpful to have a uniform policy across the city. Earlier, Councilmember Fruman asked about a list of which schools do and don't have, and I, as a parent myself, looking towards high school, tried to find this information and I couldn't find it. So I remember compiling what I could find from, word of mouth and things like that. So I think it'd be helpful to have more of a uniform approach that at the same time can be tailored to specific schools because every school has a different student body, size, different physical building space, different ability, how to implement it might be different per school, but I think having a uniform requirement would be helpful. A lot of the reasons I wrote down earlier, and I will submit this afterwards, have already been discussed, so I'll be very brief. I wrote things about the distractions in the classroom, obviously, the impact it has on cyberbullying and recording fights and those situations. Also, the impact of having no phones during recess and lunch. I've heard from my kids and the teachers at the middle school that the way they interact socially on that free time without phones is light years different than when they have cell phones and their heads are down. And lastly, just as we've talked about before, the impact of just addiction to smartphone in general, but especially when they're these adolescent ages. I know that we can't eliminate this entirely from their lives, but having 8 hours a day has been mentioned before would be helpful for these kids to have a break. I do think they can be taught this without having their phones in. They can have a curriculum like they do for other things they learn. They can have technology in the school, which is an important piece if this legislation passes to make sure that schools have adequate technology so we don't have to rely on phones to use things when our laptops are broken or we don't have enough iPads. I do know there's concerns. I know safety is a concern, has been mentioned before. Myself, a long time ago in first grade, there was a school shooting at my own school, and I know from hearing my parents talk about it, it was very scary. Parents didn't know. I do think it is important to communicate with families when things happen, but I think with technology we do have, whether it's Canvas, Parent Square, all the different ways we can communicate, intercom systems within schools, there's a way to communicate with families without having cell phones. As is mentioned before, it could end up being more of a distraction for kids if there was an emergency. So I don't think that should be a reason not to have a ban. I do think, as has been mentioned, every school is different. So I think helping guide school leaders, and also DCPS is technically one LEA, but they are very different within DCPS. So I think letting a huge high school like Jackson Reed might have a different approach than Phelps Architectural School. They might need different details for their plans. So just adding that nuance in if and when it hopefully gets passed. And I think I'm almost out of time. So I just want to say thank you for letting us testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I appreciate you guys talking about this important topic.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Bone, I think you said you were going to submit your statement. And Ms. Fitzgerald, Ms. Andrews, Ms. Lemons, and Ms. Rodriguez, I don't have your statements either. If you could submit them. Ms. Fitzgerald, are you in support of this legislation? Laura Fitzgerald?
I'm sorry, sir, can you repeat that, please?
Sure. I first asked if you could submit a copy of your statement, but are you in support of this legislation?
No, sir. I believe that we need to support students differently. Again, I think the administrators and teachers have far too much on their plates already. They need to be, as an administrator, we need to be in the classrooms measuring and monitoring instruction. We shouldn't be spending time chasing down students and trying to enforce a blanket ban on devices. And again, we live in technology-driven times. I think students need to know how to use these devices as tools to prepare for their future and not necessarily, emphasize that they're devices to consume content that, as I said, we know that is harmful to students.
Thank you. So if you
Thank you,
could
sir.
provide your statement as well as the others who testified, I would appreciate it.
Certainly.
I have no other questions for any of you, but I do want to thank you for your testimony. So you all are excused, and I'm going to call the last group of witnesses. Laura Fuchs? Here.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Michaela Deming? Chelma Ukobasi? and Daniel Winston. I'll go back. So Laura Fuchs, I believe, is not here. Michaela Deming. You need to accept.
Good evening, Chairperson Mendelson, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Naomi Adafris, and I am the policy intern for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence here in support for Michaela Deming. We are the federally recognized coalition of domestic violence service providers with 18-member programs providing housing, counseling services, legal services, and culturally-specific services to the survivors in the district. According to a 2021 report, 70% of youth surveyed experienced dating violence and 68% experienced school interference from a dating partner. In our district, 6% of high schoolers and 9% of middle schoolers in relationships had experienced physical intimate partner violence in 2021, rates fairly similar to those who had experienced electronic bullying. Intimate partner violence occurs between students in and outside of school, on and off line, in a bunch of different ways. This bill prevents students from documenting harm when it occurs by requiring victims to obtain their teacher's permission before using their phones. For students facing bullying, harassment, or gender-based violence, recording evidence can be the only form of evidence and/or protection available when seeking justice through law enforcement, Title IX complaints, protection orders, or other legal intervention. Unfortunately, teachers, staff, and other adults in position of authority can also be perpetrators of abuse. The U.S. Government Accountability Office report estimates that 1 in 10 students is subjected to adult sexual misconduct while in school. The teacher permission requirement to access a phone consolidates power in the hands of the very adults who may be causing harm, preventing students from documenting the abuse. When students report misconduct to school staff, law enforcement, or the civil legal system, the first question they are asked is whether they have proof. Removing the most common tool for collecting evidence leaves more victims without the necessary evidence to pursue safety through school disciplinary procedures, Title IX complaints, criminal legal involvement, and civil remedies. There are numerous cases where student recordings have exposed misconduct and ensured accountability. Just recently in Georgia and Maryland, cell phone videos documenting abuse at the hand of teachers or students have been used as proof for criminal prosecution. Relying solely on school-installed security cameras is unrealistic, as systems are not always monitored and functioning, or perpetrators may strategically hide misconduct in blind spots. A complete ban on cell phones is not realistic nor effective, and it will have unintended consequences. States have successfully implemented guidelines that do not require students to store their phones away from their person, striking a balance between maintaining focus in the classroom and ensuring access to important safety tools. We appreciate Council Member Pinto's work on the important issue of school safety and addressing digital bullying and harassment. We urge the DC Council to include safety exceptions that allow students to use their phones in emergencies and in such situations where they or others may be unsafe without limitations or on-person restrictions. We look forward to continuing to work with Councilmember Pinto, her team, and the Council to amend the bill to maintain critical safety measures for victims of intimate partner violence. We welcome the opportunity to discuss these concerns further and collaborate on a policy that enhances both learning and safety. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chairperson Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And your name again is?
I'm here for Michaela Deming.
Yes, and your name is?
Naomi Adafris.
Naomi, Naomi?
Yes, Naomi, Naomi, Adafris, Adefris.
Thank you. And if you could give us a copy of your statement, please.
Okay, thank you.
Shilma Ukabasi. Please proceed. You're muted. Is there a mute button on the lower left of your screen? It looks like you're unmuted, but I'm not sure we can hear you. Speak. Nope, can't hear you. Why don't you log off and log on and we'll wait for you. Shioma Ukabasi, and I apologize, I'm probably mispronouncing your name. I see you're back on, but I don't see you and you're still muted. Now I see you. And you're still muted. We still can't hear you. I'm going to have to move on. I'm sorry. We can't hear you. I do have a copy of your statement, though. So I do not have questions for any of the witnesses other than what I already asked. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. So I'm going to move on now to the government witnesses. And we have three. Tia Brumstead, who's Assistant Superintendent, Division of Health and Wellness, Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Elizabeth Ross, Assistant Superintendent, Teaching and Learning, Office of the State Superintendent of Education. And Jennifer Rosenbaum, who's Deputy Chief of Schools, DCPS. Please don't be bashful, come forward. Ms. Brumstead, I guess you're starting. And I guess, Dr. Ross, you don't have a statement?
We're Assistant Superintendent Brumstead and myself are together, so she will
Kick us
begin
off.
and then conclude.
Okay, and then we'll go to Ms. Rosenbaum. Please begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. My name is Tia Marie Brumstead. I am the Assistant Superintendent of Health and Wellness for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. I am pleased to provide testimony on Bill 26-73, the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Environment Amendment Act of 2025, and the impact of excessive device attachment on students' health and wellness. I am joined by Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Elizabeth Ross, who will conclude OSTE's joint testimony. We know that youth are frequently on their phones during the school day, particularly for social media, so our testimony will address the potential harmful impacts of cell phone use on students' academic, emotional, and social development. Mobile social media use is nearly ubiquitous among American youth, as 90% of young people ages 13 to 17 report using a social media platform, and nearly half say that they are online almost constantly. While cell phones often help parents communicate important logistical information with their children on their way and to and from school, it is important for children to disconnect from their devices and develop a well-rounded lifestyle. Separating children from their personal devices for roughly a quarter of the day will help DC's children develop healthier digital habits. As U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy highlighted the harmful impact of social media on children. He explained that algorithm-driven feeds are scientifically designed to prey on developing brains and contribute to excessive use. And he concluded that the balance of risk versus harm does not justify the use of social media for adolescents. He explicitly called for schools to ensure that both classroom learning and social time are phone-free experiences, because students should not have to endure significant harms from social media to make connections and form friendships. Evidence supporting Dr. Murthy's stern warning continue to emerge. For example, adolescents who spend more than 3 hours a day on social media are more likely to experience poor mental health outcomes such as depression and anxiety. A study from the UK found that greater social media use among 14-year-olds was associated with poor sleep, online harassment, poor body image, low self-esteem, and higher depressive symptom scores, with a larger association for girls than boys. And several studies have found that students who use social media less frequently are happier. Because OSSE supports developing the whole child, including social and emotional growth through face-to-face interactions, we support Bill 26-73's goal of eliminating personal cell phone possession and use throughout the school day. However, we recommend Council make a few amendments to the introduced language. First, we recommend striking the prohibition on smartwatches in line 41 for the reasons outlined by many testimonies today and what will be heard by DCPS. Second, we urge Council to delay the start date by which LEAs must adopt and implement the wireless communication device policy as prescribed in line 43. While the 2025-26 school year calendars are not yet finalized, we had one LEA that began this school year on July 15th. This legislation requires each LEA to adopt and implement a compliant wireless device policy 15 days prior to the start of the school year. Assuming the same start day for next year, 15 days before the start of 25-26 school year is June 30th. The bill also provides OSSE 90 days to develop and share with LEAs a model wireless communication device policy, which presumably would be created prior to mandating LEAs to adopt such a policy. 90 days prior to June 30th is April 1st, 1 week from today. OSSE appreciates Council's sense of urgency and would encourage LEAs to align their policies to the goals of this legislation as soon as possible. However, OSSE, LEAs, and schools need adequate time to successfully prepare for this new mandate, including a sufficient runway to build buy-in with students, staff, and families. Therefore, we recommend LEAs be required to adopt a wireless communication device policy by the start of the 26-27 school year. Third, and building upon our second recommendation, we urge Council to strike the phrase "not later than 90 days after the effective date of this act" in line 76 and replace with the phrase "by June 1st, 2026. This change will ensure that OSSE has sufficient time to dedicate staff to this work, conduct a landscape analysis of best practices, deeply engage with LEAs, and draft a high-quality wireless communication device policy that can be a model for DC LEAs and the nation. Thank you for your time, attention, and consideration. My colleague will now speak to the impacts of personal device use on student learning.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Brumstead. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Elizabeth Ross. I am the Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning for OSSI. There is a growing body of research demonstrating that the presence and usage of smartphones reduces student learning, or as The Atlantic put it, smartphones are making students dumber. Human beings learn best when fully focused on the task at hand. Yet, as many in this room can likely attest from personal experience, cell phones are incredibly distracting and frequently interrupt the intense concentration needed for deep, sustained learning. One study found that students receive an average of 59 notifications during the school day. Another study, published just last month, found that adolescent students spend an average of 1.5 hours during each school day on their smartphones. When students are constantly interrupted by notifications and videos from their or other students' screens, this disrupts teachers' instructional flow and students' concentration. We see this not only in our students and our schools. We heard it in testimony today, and we also see it in a growing body of research. For example, a report by the OECD revealed a strong association between smartphone distraction and student outcomes and proclaimed that limiting distractions is important for student performance and well-being. Specifically, the analysis found that students who reported becoming distracted by peers' digital devices in math class scored 15 points lower on their PISA exam. For context, a 20-point drop is equivalent to 1 year of learning. Further, the analysis found that students are less likely to report being distracted by using digital devices in mathematics lessons when the use of cell phones on school premises is banned. Moreover, it isn't just the notifications that disrupt students' concentration. There are multiple research studies that demonstrate simply being proximate to one's cell phone reduces academic achievement. For example, a research experiment that placed participants' devices on their desk, in their pocket, or in a separate room demonstrated that cognitive capacity decreased as the smartphone's accessibility increased. And this isn't simply an American phenomenon. UNESCO found that mere proximity to a mobile device was found to distract students and to have a negative impact on learning in 14 different countries. For these reasons, OSSI strongly supports Bill 26-76, exclusion of personal devices from students' classrooms. However, we have 2 additional recommended amendments. First, we recommend striking subsection H in section 3, which encourages adoption of lessons on digital citizenship. As the state educational agency, OSSI already has a strong vehicle to require LEAs to cover specific content and skills, our state learning standards. DC's K-12 social studies standards and K through adult social and emotional learning standards both include specific standards and competencies that speak to digital citizenship, as well as digital device restraint and exclusion. Example standards can be found appended to our submitted written testimony. Second, we recommend exempting LEAs that exclusively serve adult or pre-K populations from the universe of LEAs to which this bill would apply, given the differing needs and responsibilities of students in those scholastic settings. We are very encouraged by Bill 26-76's introduction, and we look forward to working alongside Council and our LEA partners, including DCPS, to refine the legislative text, implement the device prohibition, and continue to advance student safety, learning, and social and emotional development. Thank you for your time and attention this evening. We are pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. Jennifer Rosenbaum?
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, council members, members of the public. My name is Jennifer Rosenbaum, and I serve as the Deputy Chief of Schools at the District of Columbia Public Schools. Thank you to all the DCPS students who testified today and at the recent Student Voices Roundtable, and to Principal Berger, Principal Westover, and members of the public who testified today. Over the past year, my colleagues and I have been speaking with educators about approaches to cell phones in schools. DCPS supports the Heads Up Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. All DCPS schools currently restrict student cell phone use in some way, although approaches vary by school and grade level. All DCPS middle schools restrict cell phone use during the day from the time students arrive until the time they are dismissed. Some high schools restrict student cell phone use from bell to bell as well. Other high schools take a more tailored approach and restrict cell phone use in the classroom. At many schools, DCPS staff collect cell phones at arrival, secure them during the day, and return them to students at dismissal. We understand the council's desire for a district-wide policy, and we support that goal. Cell phones have been shown to be a major source of distraction for students during the day, and restricting their use limits these distractions and promotes greater student engagement. Without cell phones, students also have more opportunities to fully interact and build relationships with one another in class, during lunch, in the hallways, and at other times during the school day. These findings have been repeatedly supported in academic research and are backed up by what we hear from school communities. Research has shown that allowing phones in the classroom negatively impacts both test scores and long-term learning retention. In March of 2024, the Deputy Mayor for Education published a report titled "Strengthening School Safety in Washington, D.C." with input from DCPS staff, parents, and students. One of the findings of this report is that social media is a major driver of conflict and can create peer pressure and escalate even seemingly minor situations. Similarly, school leaders have shared that restricting cell phones makes conflicts much less likely to escalate over social media. And more broadly, the U.S. Surgeon General recently warned that excessive social media use is associated with harms for adolescents. The case is clear. Students benefit when we restrict cell phones. We know that schools cannot do this work alone. That's why we've discussed cell phones with our parent advisory board, with students, and by listening to the witnesses at this hearing. I do want to respond to one concern that I've heard from these engagements, which is parents' desire for students to have cell phones at school so they can be contacted during the day in an emergency or otherwise. As a parent myself, I understand this desire. However, the truth is that during an emergency, the last thing we want is for students to be distracted by cell phones. Instead, students should be following the directions of trusted adults and taking the steps that they've practiced during drills. In emergencies, cell phone usage would make our students less safe. For more regular communication, our schools all have front offices staffed by adults who can quickly contact a student when a parent calls to update dismissal plans, for example, or for other matters. As I've shared, DCPS and this council share the same goal: a distraction-free learning environment for our students. This bill is a strong starting point toward that goal, and we support it. And based on our conversations with educators and the broader DCPS community, I'd like to provide 3 recommendations for improving the legislation. First, we believe that decisions about whether to restrict smartwatches should be left to individual schools. Banning smartwatches requires additional time and effort for schools to collect them, store them, and monitor their use. We believe that schools are best situated to determine if that time and effort are worthwhile based on their own community and staffing situations. Second, while educators volunteer to take on responsibilities during work hours that are outside of their collective bargaining agreement, DCPS cannot require them to take on additional responsibilities. Therefore, we recommend revising the provision requiring schools to identify individuals responsible for monitoring and enforcing the cell phone policy. As written, this provision would not be feasible for DCPS. And finally, the legislation includes 3 provisions that we believe are sufficiently addressed by existing law. To minimize the potential for any confusion, we recommend removing or revising the provisions in the bill that address IEPs and Section 504 plans, digital citizenship, and student discipline. Thank you for considering this feedback. Our team is available to work with you as this legislation moves forward. And as Mayor Bowser recently said, the improvements in academic achievement and the gains that we've been able to make in our schools didn't happen by accident. We agree with you that removing distractions from schools will build upon the progress we have made. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenbaum. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. 10 minutes. Let me see. I'm going to start with this question. Let me see. Ms. Rosenbaum, you testified that all DCPS schools have some sort of a ban on cell phones. And we heard from charter schools, some of which, many of which, a significant number of which have bans on cell phones. So do we need this legislation?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks for checking. So we definitely support the legislation, and we can support the consistency that it would afford across schools and LEAs. As you heard from DCPS schools today, while everybody restricts cell phone use in some way, there are variations across schools. And we've heard from schools that do have restrictions in place, that consistency across schools and LEAs would help them in their clear communication with families and students. We know that there is sometimes transients across DCPS schools and across LEAs, and we believe that this legislation would support students, families, and schools with consistency.
Dr. Ross or Ms. Brumstead, are you a doctor?
No, I'm not a doctor.
Just one doctor at the table?
I'm also not a doctor.
Oh, somehow I have you as a doctor. Okay, never mind. Either of you want to comment on this?
We agree. We agree that this bill is appropriate, that this bill is necessary, and that it would help provide a baseline that OSSI could use to support our LEAs, including DCPS, that our LEAs could use to support schools, educators, administrators, and help communicate with one clarion voice to the public about what it means to be a student in DC schools, both our DC public schools and in our DC charter schools.
So we like schools having some autonomy and tailoring various requirements or practices. On the other hand, in this case, what you're all saying is some uniformity or consistency is for the overall is for the greater good.
Absolutely. It's a both and, right? So our role as the state is to work together across government in order to establish uniform statewide policies that then our LEAs can support their educators and schools in tailoring to meet individual student needs in implementation. And we see this across our policy vehicles. So we aim to do the same thing here.
Mr. Rosenbaum, at the end of your testimony, you said to minimize potential for any confusion, we recommend removing or revising provisions that address IEPs, Section 504, digital citizenship, student discipline. I want to just focus on the IEPs and 504 plans. So what the bill says is that, to oversimplify this, cell phones are banned, except if required by an IEP or a 504 plan. Since this legislation, if it is adopted by the council, would be later in law, couldn't there be some legal confusion if we don't specifically say, hey, we don't mean to ban it in all instances, and IEP would supersede this?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to clarify. So because IEPs and Section 504 plans are already covered by existing federal law, we actually want to eliminate the language from this bill to avoid potential confusion, as you mentioned. When students have technology included in their IEP or Section 504 plan, we as the LEA are responsible and do provide that for them. And so if we
And you believe that would overrule any law that we passed?
Yes, because the language in the legislation is about personal electronic devices, not school issued. And so we issue as the school or the LEA the devices that students need in accordance with those plans. And we actually don't want students to use personal devices for those because it could inadvertently
So
identify
that's where the
them.
confusion is that it arguably would allow a personally owned device when the LEA is providing the device.
That's correct. We provide the technology needed.
That's helpful. How do you all respond to the public safety argument? So you heard, it was mostly students, but you heard the argument that if we adopt this legislation, now that will inhibit public safety. Now, I heard you all, one or both of you testified that, well, we want students in an emergency to focus on what the adult says, but there are other aspects to this. I'm thinking of that mass shooting in Texas where the adults kind of screwed up. And You know what I'm talking about, but I don't remember the town. And so a student being able to call out, or there is some sort of an emergency and the student can call their parents. So how do you respond to that?
I'd first like to say, as a parent and as a career school social worker, I can completely empathize and have a lot of compassion for parents' concerns and students' concerns with how we respond to emergencies. I've worked in schools that have had mental health, safety emergencies, medical emergencies. I myself have had a medical emergency in a school building, and I'm very familiar with the details of what played out in Uvalde, Texas, and the failures there. I wholeheartedly agree that during an emergency, a young person being as present as possible to respond to the adult in the room who was giving them instructions, allowing their brain, which is already firing, their amygdalas are firing, the adult's amygdalas are firing, our prefrontal cortex, where we have all of our working memory, our executive function is already going to be triggered in those moments. That a phone and focusing on communicating with someone in the moment when we need to get students to physical safety, or we need to communicate clearly that someone needs to go get an adult if there is no adult present and there is a type of a medical emergency. That is most important. Those seconds, those moments are critical to supporting safety. And we do believe that this bill could afford an opportunity for all of us to step back and assess our existing parent communication methods, the ways in which we push out emergency alerts, and so forth. But we do not need to preclude this ban to do that. That both can be true, that we can continue to improve how we communicate with families on both a day-to-day basis and an emergency basis, and also know that the work that our LEAs are doing to create emergency protocols, to practice these drills, the annual emergency plans, if we are talking about just broad emergency preparedness for safety, those plans are submitted by DC Public Schools and our charter schools every year. They are reviewed at the central office and the Public Charter School Board levels. They are also submitted to the DC core system where they have HCMA's review. And so our city already provides quite a bit of policy, procedure, and technical assistance as it relates to ensuring safety in our buildings. And this ban, I do not believe, would interfere with our ability to do so.
Ms. Rosenbaum, do you want to add to that at all?
No, I echo everything that Asi just stated. I think that also as a parent, I understand the desire, but I think we even heard parents say today, this is about us, and what we want to do is make sure that our kids in school are as safe as possible. And just echo that we also have many mechanisms for communicating with families for routine and emergency events that we will continue to refine.
So I have another question here, whether this bill should be applicable only to DCPS, but I think we kind of touched on that earlier when you said there should be uniformity. Do you read this legislation as applying to private schools as well?
That's a great question. I'd like to take another look at it and get back to you.
If you would, please. And I guess in getting back, should it apply to private schools or just to the public schools?
Thank you. We can take a look at both of those things and circle back.
Okay. I had another question. There was some testimony about a one-year implementation window, but I guess that would be taken care of by your recommendation, assuming we agree that this would be applicable for the next school year, meaning not the one coming up this fall of 2025, but the coming up in fall of 2026.
That is correct. Not because we believe it will take a full year for us to develop a policy, but given where we already are in preparations for the start of school year 25-26, there's nothing that would prohibit schools that already have policies to continue with those policies. But we believe in robust engagement. We heard, particularly from our scholars today, some very real and interesting information that we would like to ensure that we hear from LEAs, from parents, especially from partners like the DC Coalition on Domestic Violence, which Asi has worked very closely with when we developed the model policies under the School Safety Omnibus Amendment Act. So we have precedent for taking our time to really ensure we do a landscape scan to understand how other states and districts are implementing so far. We haven't found a smoke smoking gun policy that would be a model for us. And so we want to take our time to hear from our own stakeholders. And if we were to have that policy, that robust model policy ready for adoption or adapting, we would not want that to take place mid-school year. So by the time we would roll this out, we would see next spring, which is really the start of school year 26-27.
You know, you mentioned the Coalition on Domestic Violence, and I did think their testimony was interesting for this reason. I think there was some testimony that the access to cell phones may actually incentivize some kids with bullying or violence. And so they were saying, well, don't have the ban because we need the phones to record if there's violence, because that's good evidence. But on the other hand, some testimony that suggests that the presence of phones may actually encourage some of this antisocial behavior.
That is correct, and we are very thankful for all the testimony related to safety, particularly fights, harassment, assaults, and bullying today. We believe that while a district-wide cell phone ban is not going to end fighting, there is a layer that we hear from educators where phones can be used to arrange fights, where phones can be used to quickly record and then post to social media, which then we lose control. I have worked with students where a video has gone viral with over 100,000 views and the ongoing traumatic effects for that student. And so we see, again, this as an opportunity to hear from various stakeholders that might have concerns that are not aligned with this ban. And we had the opportunity to think about what other opportunities, under existing policies, other communication methods that we could strengthen by adding this ban. This provides an opportunity to look more closely at what we're already doing in other ways.
One more question. I may have some more, but one more question before I turn to my colleague. Do you see a fiscal impact cost to this? So there was testimony like Hardy, if I remember correctly, requires parents to supply their kids with pencil bags. That seemed to be like a no-cost option. Do you see a fiscal impact here?
I think we would look forward to continuing to discuss that fiscal impact should this bill move forward.
Oh, I did not like that answer. This bill may not move forward if there's a fiscal impact. Yes, Ms.
And
Rosenbaum.
Just to layer on top of what my colleague said, I think one of the challenges associated with determining fiscal impact is that, as we heard today, there are many LEAs that already have this work underway, which means that fiscal impact would be quite limited because work has already been done to determine how and where cell phones would be stored at school. But there are other LEAs that might be differently situated. Additionally, the needs for a small school serving primarily K-2 students who are not likely to be regularly showing up at school with cell phones could be very different than a larger high school where almost all students are showing up with cell phones every single day. And so we're in a position right now where we don't want to get out over our skis, provide a fiscal impact without a better understanding of the current landscape. But as we heard today, much of this work is already underway. And I know that DCPS can speak a bit more about the fiscal impact of implementing the work that they're currently doing in DCPS.
Yeah, and let me just say before you say anything, you know, there are choices that can be made. So a school could find a very expensive way of dealing with this or an inexpensive way of dealing with this. That's what was striking to me about Hardy's testimony. What were you going to say?
Very aligned with what you just said. So yes, and we, as I mentioned, all of our schools have some type of cell phone restriction in place, and they have a variety of methods. You heard Principal Berger talk about the lockers that are literally built into the school building, and then Principal Westover with the pencil pouches. We have schools that have just bins at the front of the classroom. We have schools that have different type, like a coat check system where you turn your phone in, get a ticket, return that at the end of the day. I think one of the things that we really appreciate about this bill is that it does allow for that flexibility in storage systems. We know not all of our buildings are structured in the same way, have the same staffing, have the same schedules. And so that level of flexibility we really appreciate and I think contributes to schools being able to design a policy for themselves and implementation that is feasible given fiscal resources that are available as well as staff resources and capacity.
I'm over my time. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I co-introduced this bill, so at the outset, I would just say I support the premise of removing technology from schools' personal devices because I do think it's a distraction. I also think cell phones and social media is inflaming a lot of the beefs that we're seeing between young people and contributing to some of our youth violence. As you all were talking, it seems like everybody's on the same page. This is great. We support it. The next question I have is then why aren't we already doing it? So I would ask my friends at OSSI, outside of a law, why wouldn't OSSI say, we think this is a good idea, we're going to impose this policy?
Thanks so much for the question, Councilmember Parker. It's a really good one. And as we heard here today, many of our LEAs already have this work underway. We are always listening to how we can best support our LEAs and respond to their needs. Prior to the introduction of this piece of legislation, we hadn't heard from our LEAs that this was an area where they were particularly looking to OSSI for guidance and support. But with the introduction of this legislation, we have heard more and more that there is an interest in that. As you know, this is also a rapidly evolving space. We're in a position right now where we have 2 other states that have adopted statewide model policies, Virginia and Ohio, and 8 other states that have enacted some kind of cell phone ban or restriction. So across 50 states, another half a dozen jurisdictions in the United States, only approximately 20% of them have acted at a state level in this way. So we would certainly be at the forefront in moving forward with this policy, and consistent with what Assistant Superintendent Brumstead said, there's not a model policy that we would want to necessarily pick up and use whole cloth. Instead, we would want to do robust
Jump again, just for the
consultation.
sake of the clock. What I'm getting at is what I've been raising every hearing, is that it's time for our state education agency to flex as the state education agency. I know some of that is part of our governance structure. Some of it may be the relationship with charters. Here's a prime example that if OSSI believes this is good policy, we shouldn't have to wait on legislation to act. I'm going to move on. I recently had a conversation with the deputy mayor, and I said this very same thing. I think it's fair to say he bristled at the suggestion that OSSI should flex more, but I think we need to revisit that conversation. Ms. Rosenbaum, you said DCPS already has this policy in place generally. I'm sorry. Yes, Rosenbaum, right? You said DCPS already has this policy in place across schools, although it may look different. I know in Ward 5, for instance, McKinley Tech has a phone ban, and they have a locker system that the students created themselves, by the way. And so my plug is, in terms of spending, I wouldn't just look at costs. I would look at how we can empower our young people to bring learning into the classrooms. It's not even that McKinley built their own lockers. They built lockers that they then farmed out to other schools to expand their locker systems. I know Phelps, and there are other schools that have these type of phone bans and systems. I've also been in schools where I've seen phones. And so is that to suggest that this policy isn't being enforced consistently, or why might there be a breakdown in what you're saying versus what we know to be true, that phones are in classrooms and in schools?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to clarify. So all of our DCPS schools have some type of cell phone restriction in place, but what that restriction is does vary by school. And so that accounts for what you're seeing, where you might be seeing phones in passing periods or lunch at some of our high schools versus in all of our middle schools, there are no phones bell to bell. And so there is a little bit of nuance right now.
Got it.
And so what we have learned from folks who've done this ban so far is really good models and practices. We heard so many of them described today. And so if we were to move forward with this uniformity across all of our schools, you would see more consistency moving forward.
Got it. And then Ms. Brumstead, or maybe this is Ms. Ross, when you think of enforcement, how do you imagine that looking across LEAs, or would you leave the enforcement piece up to the LEA to determine?
I think the latter. We would provide a higher level model policy that might include some implementation resources based off of our engagements with LEA schools and students and their families, but would definitely leave it up to the LEA to determine what their enforcement looks like, and would encourage our LEAs to consider how they are implementing this policy from the jump, how we are promoting it, making sure all of our students and families understand it, how we are utilizing and leveraging the great restorative discipline practices and other communication practices that we already have as it relates to social emotional learning and digital citizenship. So we would like to have our LEAs lean into their existing expertise in that way.
Understood. Understood. And then I wanted to come back, Ms. Rosenbaum. The chairman asked a question about your point about IEPs in Section 504. Can you reiterate that? That caught my ear as well. You were saying this should not apply to IEPs?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to clarify. So what we were saying was that if a student has an IEP or a Section 504 plan, as the LEA, we are legally required to provide the technology needed to ensure that that student can access a free and appropriate education. So we, as the LEA, already provide that technology. This bill, as it's written, restricts personal electronic devices. So we don't actually want a student to have a personal electronic device to access their education on a daily basis. We, as the LEA, provide that, and we wouldn't want to inadvertently identify students who have IEPs and Section 504 plans by having them have their personal devices and nobody else does.
Got it. I've also heard from young people and some teachers that a student's personal device supports them in the classroom either because technology is down or we don't have enough computers. This also speaks to the need to beef up tech access across DCPS, and the same for charters, but the charter board is not here. Why isn't the charter board here? I don't know, but it just speaks to the need to beef up tech access if we're going to say you can't have your personal device.
Yes, we agree that tech access is important and critical during the school day. We want students to be able to access technology as part of their learning and curriculum. I will note that there is a provision that allows educators to make exceptions if students need to use a device for educational purposes.
What I'm getting at is, I know DCPS years ago said you were striving for one-to-one device to student. I'm not sure you're there yet. In fact, I know you're not there yet. What I hear from students and young people is that actually I need my phone because the teacher only has 15 working computers and there's 25 kids in the classroom. If we're going to impose this type of ban, with it should also come we need to operate around technology to ensure all young people have access.
Very much understood. Yep.
I wanted to come to two other things. I totally am sensitive to this idea of public safety. In fact, last week we were having another hearing and a parent came and said, well, actually there are fights in my student's school. And it's to what the chairman was suggesting, it's only because my student could record what was happening that we had evidence and could take action. I guess this is less of a question, but just that too is something that we need to figure out. We know public safety is more than just traveling to and from school. I still don't think that is compelling enough reason for us not to move on this legislation, but it does speak to the fact that some of our young people feel as though they need a phone to be safe in school, which it struck me when the parent was framing it in that way. And so I'm just throwing these things out as concerns I've heard, as we've heard today. And then last thing is coming back to OSSI. As we think about this citywide policy and potentially rolling it out next school year, beyond just funding, what other areas of support do you anticipate LEAs might need in order to get up to speed to implement something like this?
Yeah, that's a really great question, and one that we've been talking about internally. As you know from your work on state board, we have done a lot of work with LEAs in recent years to help them continue to invest in and grow their educators' capacity in all sorts of different areas. So not just in academic content, but also in social and emotional learning. And as part of that, we've been providing a lot of technical assistance.
But I mean, like, just getting to the meat of it, like community engagement, or I know we often talk about LEAs and surveying and engaging them. We do so with the assumption that they're all alike. And I know we can all appreciate that some of our LEAs have different capacities. And so to suggest that some, especially our smaller LEAs, are going to impose this type of restriction, I can imagine that having a domino effect in terms of their parent engagement that school might need support around. I'll leave it there because I am at time. Again, I support this policy. I wish, as a state, if we thought this was a good idea, we would have just acted on it without the council needing to pass legislation. And I would just end with this. I grew up at a time in middle school where I had a cell phone. I think cell phones were introduced while I was in middle school, believe it or not. But that was also a time before social media. And I recognize today the threat that social media serves to so many of our young people, where bullying and access is around the clock. And so for those reasons, I think this is a policy that is long past due. And I look forward to working with the committee to take it up. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. The Charter School Board doesn't like to, on an issue like this, testify on behalf of the individual schools. So there were several LEAs, charter LEAs, that did testify. So we have the state superintendent, and then we have the largest LEA in the city. And then we had several other charter LEAs. I have two questions.
Can I ask one quick follow-up question?
Yes.
And it's more so, this is getting back at OSSI and the jurisdiction question. So what happens if a charter LEA, I suppose DCPS could do this too, but I anticipate they won't. What if a charter LEA says, we don't agree with this policy and we don't want to honor it?
Yeah, thanks so much for this question, Councilmember Parker. Very consistent with the excellent points that Assistant Superintendent Brumstead made. We both would provide robust technical assistance and have actually already started doing this work. So we began engaging all DCLEAs, including our charter LEAs, at our monthly LEA leaders meeting around this topic earlier this year in anticipation of this hearing. If this legislation moves forward and ultimately requires each LEA to adopt a policy, we would first ensure that those policies were posted and publicly available, consistent with the final legislative language, and then lean in and provide technical support and assistance where needed. And this is consistent with the way that we implement all policies. So if there was an LEA that was out of compliance, i.e. that had not posted that policy, we would follow up to determine why, to see what support was needed and how we could ensure that the LEA comes into compliance as quickly as is practicable.
Okay, thank you.
I have two questions. According to the bill, OSSI would be tasked with monitoring LEA compliance with the Act. Do you have any concerns about that language?
We do not.
And discipline. I think there was some testimony about taking that out, but I wanted to talk about it a little bit more. If I remember correctly, what the introduced bill says is, well, you can't suspend a kid, but the school has to have some thought about what sanctions there would be. That still makes you uncomfortable?
So we're in a position where we do think there's an opportunity to clarify the language around discipline for a violation of the policy and for possession of a cell phone. We do want to make sure that we are prioritizing maximizing student learning. As everyone in this room knows, we're in a position as a city where we cannot afford to put our students in a position where their learning time is not maximized. We want them to have their full allotment of instructional minutes in literacy, in math, in science, in social studies, and in all of the academic and other disciplines that are happening during the school day. That being said, we are excited to continue to work with our LEAs to ensure that the policies are consistent and able to be implemented, and that one of the benefits of having this citywide policy is that it puts us as a state, as a jurisdiction, in a position where we can clarify that any consequences associated with violation of this would be for a violation of possession, not for the policy. And so at the school level, the school is able to implement with fidelity the policy in a way that maximizes student learning and is not unnecessarily excluding students from a learning environment.
I'm completely lost. I think, Ms. Rosenbaum, you said that you thought the language should be struck.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to clarify. So yes, we share the goals of the legislation and with OSSI that students should be in school, right? We want students to remain in school, engaged in their learning. We've done a lot of work over the past several years to reduce suspensions, and we will continue to do that work because we believe deeply in that. Similar to some of the IEP and Section 504 provisions, student discipline is already covered in existing laws and regulations. So the Student Fair Access to School Act already outlines different infractions that students may do and potential consequences. And based on our understanding of that legislation, there's no world in which a student could be suspended for possessing a cell phone. And so to minimize any potential for confusion, that's why we recommend striking it from this bill, because it's very adequately covered elsewhere already.
So then this bill would just be quiet on what the sanction is.
That's correct, because
Now, does the DCMR apply only to DCPS or to all LEAs?
To all LEAs.
So the DCMR, if I remember correctly, says covers inappropriate use of laptops or something as a tier 2. That applies to KIP and Friendship as well as to DCPS.
We'd be happy to continue to discuss and get back with you online with some specific examples. I think OSSI shares the same position as DCPS, that we want to be sure that by mentioning, if this law mentions discipline, it is not conflating with the other laws. And we want to be sure that a student who is in possession of a cell phone, they do not turn one in the morning, it's found in third period, cannot be suspended for that cell phone. It does not mean that the LEA can take their policy and include discipline, like a warning, a parent meeting, other types of restorative consequences. We're not saying that a student could just inadvertently forever get away with not following the policy, but we want to make sure that we aren't creating an opportunity for suspension to be utilized in a way that feels excessive and that keeps students from learning.
Now, you know, I asked a yes or no question, and I can't remember what the question was. So the section 2502, I'm not sure what the title is. The following behaviors shall be considered tier 2 behaviors. Number 3, A3 is unauthorized use of portable electronic devices during school hours, such as MP3 players, cell phones. So your view is if this bill is silent with regard to discipline, take that paragraph out, that this DCMR language would apply to DCPS, to KIP, to Friendship, to every public charter school.
And I do want to clarify, I
That was
apologize.
a yes or no?
But I can't remember how the question was framed. Our understanding is that the DCMR applies uniquely to DCPS, that the DC code applies to all DC LEAs. And so we are interested in ensuring that this policy applies to all DC LEAs. The tier 2 language that you just referenced applies uniquely to DCPS, but the DC code clarifies this language for all DC LEAs. And so on this issue in particular, we would want to be sure that we're supporting all of our LEAs in ensuring that they're appropriately
Okay, so
leveraging.
that was a no, but it also was that OSSI wants to look at this language to make sure that it's phrased correctly.
Correct.
That was a yes or no too, and I got it correct. Did you have any other questions, Councilmember? Any other questions? I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you all for your testimony. Please follow up with the committee of the whole staff so we can work on this. And again, thank you for your testimony. Thank everyone before you who testified. And with that, the If anybody hasn't figured out by now, this has been a hearing on Bill 26-73 entitled Heads Up, Distraction-Free Learning Amendment Act of 2025. Record in this matter will close in 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. The time is 7:22 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.